The Sierra Madre Occidental Mountains rise from the Pacific coastal plains of Sinaloa like ancient guardians, their peaks shrouded in morning mist that clings to pine and oak forests stretching toward an endless sky. In these remote highlands, where the air grows thin and the soil turns red with iron, countless small villages cling to steep hillsides and narrow valleys. Here, far from the reach of federal authorities and modern conveniences, families have lived for generations according to their own laws and traditions. It was into this isolated world that Joaquin Archivaldo Guzman Loera was born on April 4th, 1957, in the tiny mountain community of La Tuna de Badiraguato. La Tuna sits perched on a mountainside like a handful of dice scattered across a rumpled brown blanket. The village consists of perhaps 50 small houses built from adobe bricks and concrete blocks, their flat roofs weighted down with stones to prevent the wind from peeling away corrugated metal sheets. Narrow dirt paths wind between the dwellings, following the natural contours of the land. During the rainy season, these paths become rivers of red mud that stick to boots and bare feet alike. In the dry months, dust devils dance across the packed earth, stirring up clouds that coat everything in a fine layer of grit. The Guzman family home stood modest and unremarkable among its neighbors, a simple structure with thick walls that stayed cool during the blazing summer heat and retained warmth through the cold mountain nights. The house contained just a few rooms arranged around a central courtyard where chickens pecked at scattered corn and children played in the shade of a single mesquite tree. Like most homes in La Tuna, it lacked electricity, running water, or a telephone. Light came from kerosene lamps and candles. Water was carried in buckets from a communal well. News from the outside world arrived sporadically through battery-powered radios or the occasional visitor who had journeyed up from the larger towns in the valleys below. Joaquin's father, Emilio Guzman Bustillos, worked as a cattle rancher and farmer on the steep hillsides surrounding the village. The land provided a harsh living at best. Corn grew in narrow terraced fields carved from the mountainside, supplemented by small patches of beans and chile peppers. A few scraggly cattle grazed on whatever vegetation they could find among the rocks and thorny brush. During good seasons, families might have enough food and perhaps a small surplus to trade or sell. During bad years, children went to bed with empty stomachs, and parents worried through the night about how to feed their families. Emilio was a man shaped by the unforgiving demands of mountain life. Tall and weathered, with hands calloused from decades of hard labor, he possessed the kind of physical toughness that came from wrestling a living from reluctant soil. But the constant struggle had also bred in him a violent temper that erupted unpredictably, especially when he had been drinking the locally distilled liquor that burned like fire going down and left men mean and unpredictable. His rages were legendary in the village, explosive affairs that sent family members scattering for safety until the storm passed. Joaquin's mother, Consuelo Loera Perez, represented the quiet strength that held mountain families together through hardship and uncertainty. Small in stature but enormous in determination, she bore and raised 9 children in circumstances that would have broken lesser spirits. Her days began before dawn and ended long after the sun disappeared behind the western peaks. She ground corn by hand for tortillas, tended a small garden of vegetables, cared for chickens and goats, and somehow managed to keep her children fed, clothed, and reasonably clean despite the family's poverty. Consuelo possessed an intuitive understanding of how to navigate her husband's volatile moods, when to remain silent and when to speak, when to stand firm and when to yield. She served as mediator and protector for her children, shielding them as much as possible from their father's worst excesses while teaching them the skills they would need to survive in a world that offered few second chances. Her love was practical rather than sentimental, expressed through actions rather than words, in the form of an extra tortilla saved from her own portion or a gentle touch on a fevered forehead during illness. The Guzman children grew up understanding that survival depended on family loyalty and mutual support. In La Tuna, as throughout the Sierra Madre, blood relationships formed the foundation of trust and cooperation. Cousins, aunts, uncles, and grandparents lived within walking distance of each other, creating extended family networks that provided both security and obligation. Children learned early that they could depend on relatives when times grew difficult, but that such support came with expectations of polis, reciprocal loyalty and assistance. Young Joaquin displayed characteristics that set him apart from his siblings and playmates. Even as a small child, he possessed an intensity of focus that adults found both impressive and slightly unsettling. When he set his mind to accomplishing something, whether catching a particular chicken or mastering a childhood game, he would pursue the goal with single minded determination that surprised those who underestimated him because of his small stature and quiet demeanor. He was not the largest or strongest boy in La Tuna, but other children learned to respect his unpredictable temper and his willingness to fight regardless of the odds against him. During childhood disputes, Joaquin would absorb punishment that would send other boys running home in tears, only to launch himself back into combat with renewed fury. This stubborn refusal to admit defeat, combined with a calculating intelligence that helped him identify opponents' weaknesses, made him a formidable adversary despite his physical limitations. The child, who would later become known throughout the world as El Chapo, displayed an early fascination with power dynamics and group leadership. He seemed instinctively to understand how fear and respect could be used to control others, lessons reinforced by observing his father's dominance over the family through violence and intimidation. But Joaquin also learned from his mother's example that true power often worked quietly through careful planning and patient manipulation rather than explosive displays of force. Education in La Tuna consisted of a one-room schoolhouse where a single teacher attempted to provide basic literacy and arithmetic skills to children of various ages. The building itself was little more than a concrete shell, with wooden benches and a blackboard that had seen better days. School supplies were virtually non-existent, with students sharing worn textbooks and writing on scraps of paper when they could find them. Many children attended classes sporadically, pulled away by family obligations or seasonal farming demands. Joaquin's formal education ended sometime around the third grade, a common circumstance in rural Sinaloa where families needed children to contribute economically as soon as they were physically capable. The decision to remove him from school was practical rather than philosophical. The family needed every available hand during planting and harvest seasons, and the rudimentary education available in La Tuna seemed unlikely to provide opportunities that justified the lost labor. The cultural environment of Joaquin's childhood was steeped in traditions that celebrated masculine virtues of courage, independence, and family honor. These values were reinforced through corridos, ballads that told stories of brave men who challenged authority and lived according to their own codes of conduct. The songs, accompanied by guitars and accordions during village celebrations, often featured protagonists who achieved wealth and respect through activities that existed outside legal boundaries. During the early 1960s, when Joaquin was learning to walk and talk, The region's agricultural economy was beginning a transformation that would ultimately reshape Mexican society. Opium poppies, first introduced by Chinese immigrants in the early 1900s, were becoming an increasingly important crop for families struggling to survive on subsistence farming. The flowers bloomed beautiful and fragrant across mountain meadows, their seed pods, containing a sticky resin that could be processed into a valuable commodity for which buyers would pay prices that seemed miraculous to farmers accustomed to scratching out bare livings from corn and beans. For families like the Guzmans, involvement in opium cultivation represented the difference between persistent poverty and occasional prosperity. This agricultural shift was not viewed by local residents as criminal activity in any meaningful sense. The plants grew easily in mountain soil and climate conditions where other crops struggled. The work required skills that farming families already possessed. The buyers paid in cash without asking uncomfortable questions about documentation or legal permits. From the perspective of Sierra Madre residents, opium cultivation was simply another crop, albeit one that happened to be prohibited by laws written by politicians in distant Mexico City who had never experienced the grinding poverty of mountain life. Young Joaquin absorbed these lessons about practical versus legal morality during a childhood spent observing adult conversations and decisions. He learned that survival often required bending or ignoring official rules that made little sense when applied to actual circumstances. He saw that success came to those who could navigate both legitimate and illegitimate opportunities while maintaining the respect and loyalty of their communities. Most importantly, he understood that in places like La Tuna, personal relationships and family connections mattered more than abstract principles or government regulations. The economic realities of Joaquin's childhood were harsh and unforgiving. The Guzman family lived perpetually on the edge of destitution, their fortunes dependent on weather patterns, crop prices, and Emilio's increasingly unpredictable behavior. There were times when children went to bed hungry, when shoes became unwearable and could not be replaced, when illness went untreated because there was no money for medicine or doctors. These experiences of want and vulnerability would later influence Joaquin's obsessive pursuit of wealth and security, driving him to accumulate resources far beyond any reasonable need. As Joaquin approached adolescence in the late 1960s, the wider world was beginning to intrude more forcefully into the isolated mountain communities of Sinaloa. Improved roads and communication systems were slowly connecting remote villages to national and international networks of commerce and culture. Government programs aimed at reducing rural poverty were creating new expectations and opportunities while also increasing official scrutiny of traditional economic activities. The demand for illegal drugs was growing rapidly in the United States, creating lucrative markets for products that could be produced in the Sierra Madre. These changes created both opportunities and dangers for families like the Guzmans. The potential for economic advancement was greater than ever before, but so were the risks associated with activities that were becoming increasingly profitable and increasingly illegal. Young men growing up in La Tuna faced choices that their parents had never confronted, decisions that would determine not only their economic futures, but also their relationships with legal authorities and legitimate society. By the time Joaquin reached his 13th birthday, the foundations had been laid for the transformation that would eventually make him one of the most notorious criminals in world history. The combination of desperate poverty, family dysfunction, cultural values that celebrated independence and defiance of authority and economic opportunities that existed outside legal boundaries created conditions perfectly suited to produce someone willing to risk everything in pursuit of wealth and power. The mountain village child was nearly ready to take his first steps into a larger and more dangerous world. The year 1970 arrived in La Tuna, much like any other, with the same dusty roads and adobe houses clinging to the mountainside, the same struggles for survival that had defined generations of Sierra Madre families. But for 13-year-old Joaquin Guzman, this year would mark the beginning of a transformation that would eventually reshape not only his own destiny, but the entire landscape of organized crime in Mexico. The change began quietly, as such changes often do, with small decisions that seemed reasonable at the time, but carried consequences far beyond what anyone could have imagined. The immediate catalyst for Joaquin's first steps into criminal activity was a crisis that struck the Guzman household with devastating suddenness. Emilio Guzman, whose violent temper and drinking had already made family life a precarious balance of fear and survival, made a decision that would alter the trajectory of every family member's life. One morning in early spring, when the mountain air still carried the chill of winter and the first wildflowers were beginning to bloom in protected valleys, Emilio simply disappeared. He had talked for months about seeking opportunities in the larger cities of Sinaloa, complaining that the mountain village offered no prospects for a man of his ambitions. Perhaps he had met a woman in one of the towns where he occasionally traveled to sell cattle or crops. Perhaps he had accumulated debts that made staying in La Tuna impossible or dangerous. The exact reasons for his departure remained unclear, but the consequences were immediate and harsh. Consuelo Guzman was left alone to support 9 children with virtually no resources and no reliable source of income. The abandonment struck Joaquin with particular force because he had inherited many of his father's characteristics, including the intense pride and violent temper that made backing down from any challenge nearly impossible. But unlike his father, who had used these traits destructively, Joaquin began to channel his aggressive nature toward the practical goal of family survival. At 13, he was small for his age, but possessed an adult's understanding of responsibility and a child's freedom from conventional moral constraints. Joaquin's first criminal activities were modest affairs that grew naturally from legitimate economic opportunities in the region. The cultivation of opium poppies had been expanding steadily throughout the mountains of Sinaloa during the 1960s, driven by growing demand from American consumers and the willingness of buyers to pay prices that seemed miraculous compared to traditional crops. Many families in La Tuna were already involved in poppy cultivation to some degree, viewing it as simply another agricultural product that happened to be more profitable than corn or beans. Initially, Joaquin's involvement consisted of helping with poppy harvests during the critical periods when the seed pods needed to be scored and the opium resin collected. This work required careful timing and gentle hands to avoid damaging the delicate flowers, skills that could be learned quickly by anyone familiar with agricultural techniques. The pay was substantially better than any other work available to a 13-year-old boy in the remote mountains, providing money that could make the difference between his family eating regularly or going hungry. The work itself possessed a certain meditative quality that appealed to Joaquin's intense and focused nature. Early morning hours spent moving through fields of white and pink poppy flowers, making precise cuts in seed pods and collecting the milky sap that would eventually become valuable opium, offered time for thinking and planning that would prove crucial to his later development. The repetitive nature of the tasks allowed his mind to wander, considering possibilities and strategies that extended far beyond the immediate concerns of poppy cultivation. During these quiet hours in the poppy fields, Joaquin began to understand the broader economic networks that connected his remote mountain village to distant cities and foreign countries. He learned that the dried opium resin he helped collect would be transported down treacherous mountain roads to processing facilities, then refined into heroin and smuggled across the border into the United States. Each step in this process added value to the original agricultural product, and each step represented an opportunity for profit that was far greater than anything available through legitimate economic activities. More importantly, he began to observe and analyze the men who controlled these networks, studying their methods and personalities with the acute attention that would later make him such a formidable criminal strategist. These were not the desperate farmers who grew poppies out of economic necessity, but professional criminals who had built sophisticated organizations capable of coordinating complex operations across vast distances. They dressed better than anyone else in Latuna, drove newer vehicles, and commanded respect through a combination of wealth, violence, and strategic thinking that impressed the observant teenager. The psychological transition from legitimate work to criminal activity occurred gradually, almost imperceptibly, as Joaquin discovered that he possessed natural talents that were perfectly suited to illegal enterprise. His small stature and youthful appearance made him nearly invisible to law enforcement officers who were looking for adult criminals. His intelligence and careful observation skills helped him understand operational security measures that kept him safe from arrest or betrayal. Most importantly, his complete lack of fear when confronted with dangerous situations made him valuable to criminal organizations that needed reliable personnel for high risk activities. By age 14, Joaquin had progressed beyond simple agricultural work to more sophisticated criminal activities that required greater skill and offered correspondingly higher rewards. He began serving as a messenger and courier for established trafficking organizations, carrying money, drugs, and communications between different levels of the criminal hierarchy. This work provided him with detailed knowledge of how successful criminal organizations operated, lessons that he absorbed with the intensity of a dedicated student. The transition from messenger to active participant in trafficking operations occurred when Joaquin demonstrated his ability to handle pressure and maintain operational security under difficult circumstances. During one particular assignment, he was tasked with transporting a significant quantity of processed opium from a mountain laboratory to a distribution point in a larger town. The journey required navigating treacherous roads while avoiding both law enforcement patrols and rival criminal groups who might attempt to steal the valuable cargo. When the vehicle carrying Joaquin and two adult companions broke down on a remote mountain road, far from any source of mechanical assistance, the adults began to panic about the possibility of missing their delivery deadline or being discovered by authorities. Joaquin remained calm and suggested a solution that demonstrated both practical intelligence and a complete comfort with criminal activities. He proposed that they abandon the disabled vehicle and continue on foot, carrying the drugs through mountain trails that he knew from childhood hunting and hiking expeditions. The subsequent journey through rugged terrain, carrying heavy loads of illegal drugs across miles of difficult terrain, tested both physical endurance and mental determination. Joaquin not only completed the assignment successfully, but demonstrated leadership qualities that impressed his adult companions. His knowledge of local geography, his physical toughness despite his small size, and his unshakable confidence in high pressure situations marked him as someone with exceptional potential for advancement in criminal organizations. These early successes led to increasingly important assignments that exposed Joaquin to higher levels of criminal organization and more sophisticated operational methods. He learned about money laundering techniques, communication security, and the complex relationships between criminal organizations and corrupt government officials. Each assignment provided new knowledge and new connections that would prove invaluable during his later rise to power. The financial rewards from criminal activities were transforming life for the Guzman family in ways that would have been impossible through legitimate work. Money that Joaquin brought home allowed his mother to purchase better food, clothing, and household necessities that had been luxuries during the years of grinding poverty. Younger siblings could attend school more regularly because the family no longer needed their labor to survive. The chronic anxiety about basic survival that had dominated family life began to recede as criminal profits provided a cushion of financial security. However, the improvement in material circumstances came with psychological costs that were less obvious but equally significant. Joaquin was developing a worldview in which conventional moral boundaries were seen as obstacles to be overcome rather than principles to be respected. The dramatic contrast between the rewards available through criminal activities and the limited opportunities offered by legitimate work was creating a perspective that would make it increasingly difficult for him to consider legal alternatives to illegal enterprise. Perhaps more importantly, success in criminal activities was feeding an ego and ambition that demanded constantly greater challenges and rewards. The respect and fear that his growing reputation generated among both criminals and legitimate residents of mountain communities was intoxicating for a teenager who had grown up feeling powerless and insignificant. The knowledge that he could influence events and control outcomes through careful planning and decisive action was creating an addiction to power that would eventually drive him to seek control over increasingly large criminal organizations. The social dynamics of Joaquin's teenage years were also being reshaped by his involvement in criminal activities. Traditional relationships with childhood friends became complicated as his illegal income created economic disparities that had not existed before. Some friends became jealous of his sudden prosperity, while others began treating him with a deference that reflected both respect and fear. The isolation that would later characterize his adult life was already beginning to develop as criminal activities separated him from normal social relationships. During this period, Joaquin also began to attract the attention of young women who were impressed by his reputation and financial success. At age 16, he married Alejandrina Maria Salazar Hernandez, a local girl whose family had connections to established trafficking organizations. The marriage represented both a personal relationship and a strategic alliance that provided access to new criminal networks and opportunities. The ceremony itself was modest by necessity, but it marked an important transition toward adult responsibilities and the establishment of his own family unit. The pressures of married life and the expectations that came with supporting a wife added new urgency to Joaquin's criminal activities. The income that had seemed adequate for helping his mother and siblings support themselves was insufficient for maintaining his own household at the standard of living he wanted to achieve. This financial pressure created incentives for taking greater risks and pursuing more lucrative criminal opportunities, a pattern that would repeat throughout his life as success generated appetites for even greater success. By 1975, when Joaquin turned 18, he had established himself as a rising figure in the criminal networks of Sinaloa's Sierra Madre region. He commanded respect from older, more experienced criminals who recognized his intelligence, ambition, and complete lack of moral constraints when pursuing profitable opportunities. His reputation for reliability and effectiveness in high pressure situations was creating opportunities for advancement that would soon take him far beyond the mountain village where his criminal career had begun. The transformation from desperate child to accomplished criminal had occurred with remarkable speed, driven by circumstances that made illegal activities seem not only profitable but necessary for survival and advancement. The boy who had watched his father abandon his family in poverty had become a young man determined never to experience such powerlessness again, regardless of the methods required to maintain control over his circumstances and destiny. As Joaquin prepared to enter his 20s, the foundations had been established for a criminal career that would eventually reach international significance. The skills, connections, and psychological attitudes developed during his teenage years would serve as the basis for building one of the most successful criminal organizations in modern history. The mountain village boy, who had crossed the line into criminal activity out of family necessity, was ready to begin learning the more sophisticated techniques and strategies that would eventually make him one of the most feared and incastious, powerful men in Mexico. Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo possessed the kind of quiet authority that comes from genuine power rather than mere pretension. In his early 30s, with carefully groomed hair and expensive but understated clothing, he moved through Guadalajara's business and social circles with the confidence of someone who understood exactly where he fit in the complex hierarchy of Mexican society. To casual observers, he appeared to be nothing more than a successful businessman involved in agriculture and real estate ventures. In reality, he was systematically building what would become known as the Guadalajara Cartel, the first truly modern Mexican drug trafficking organization. Felix Gallardo had recognized early in the 1970s that the fragmented, family-based drug trafficking operations that had dominated the trade since the 1940s were inadequate for the opportunities that were emerging as American demand for illegal drugs expanded dramatically. The traditional approach of small-scale smuggling operations run by extended families could not handle the volume of cocaine that Colombian cartels were eager to move through Mexico into the United States. What was needed was a more sophisticated organizational structure that could coordinate complex operations across vast distances while maintaining the security and discipline necessary to avoid detection by increasingly capable law enforcement agencies. The transformation of Mexican drug trafficking from cottage industry to corporate enterprise required skills that went far beyond the simple agricultural and transportation knowledge that had characterized earlier operations. Felix Gallardo understood that success in the modern drug trade demanded expertise in international finance, logistics coordination, technology utilization, and political corruption on a scale that had never been attempted before. Building such an organization required recruiting talented individuals who could learn quickly and adapt to rapidly changing circumstances. When Joaquin first encountered Felix Gallardo in 1975, The meeting occurred through a web of family and regional connections that illustrated the continuing importance of personal relationships in Mexican criminal enterprises. Joaquin's reputation as a reliable and intelligent young man from the Sinaloa Mountains had reached Guadalajara through intermediaries who vouched for his character and potential. More importantly, his demonstrated ability to handle pressure and maintain operational security had marked him as someone worth investing in for future advancement. The initial assignment that brought Joaquin to Guadalajara was relatively modest, involving the transportation of processed drugs from mountain laboratories to urban distribution points. However, Felix Gallardo was less interested in Joaquin's immediate utility than in his long-term potential for development into a senior organizational leader. The older man had learned that building a sustainable criminal enterprise required creating multiple layers of competent leadership, each capable of independent decision-making within clearly defined parameters. Joaquin's first months in Guadalajara were spent in careful observation and gradual integration into the cartel's operational structure. He lived in a modest apartment in a middle-class neighborhood, maintaining the appearance of a young man from the provinces who had come to the city seeking legitimate economic opportunities. During the day, he worked at various jobs that provided both income and cover for his real activities. In the evenings and weekends, he received his true education in the methods and principles of modern criminal organization. The lessons began with fundamental concepts of operational security that would prove invaluable throughout Joaquin's criminal career. Felix Gallardo emphasized the critical importance of compartmentalization, ensuring that individual members of the organization knew only what was necessary for their specific responsibilities. This approach minimized the damage that could be caused by arrests, betrayals, or security breaches. Each person involved in cartel operations understood their role but remained largely ignorant of the broader organizational structure and strategic planning that guided overall activities. The financial aspects of drug trafficking operations were perhaps the most complex and sophisticated elements that Joaquin needed to master. The Guadalajara cartel was handling amounts of money that exceeded the annual budgets of many legitimate corporations, requiring banking relationships, money laundering techniques, and investment strategies that could convert illegal profits into apparently legitimate wealth. Understanding these financial networks was essential for anyone hoping to advance to senior leadership positions within the organization. Felix Gallardo took particular pride in explaining the revolutionary changes that his organization was bringing to Mexican drug trafficking through improved relationships with Colombian cocaine suppliers. Traditional Mexican trafficking operations had focused primarily on heroin derived from locally grown opium poppies, a market that was profitable but limited in scope. The cocaine trade offered opportunities for profits on a completely different scale, but it also required operational capabilities that most Mexican organizations lacked. The Colombians controlled cocaine production, but needed reliable transportation networks to move their product into the lucrative American market. Mexican organizations had geographic advantages and established smuggling routes, but lacked the capital and organizational sophistication necessary for large-scale cocaine trafficking. Felix Gallardo's genius lay in recognizing that a partnership between Colombian and Mexican criminal organizations could benefit both parties while creating unprecedented opportunities for wealth accumulation. Felix Gallardo taught Joaquin that sustainable success in the modern drug trade depended on building trust and mutual benefit with criminal partners, government officials, and even law enforcement agencies that could be corrupted or neutralized through strategic applications of money and influence. The corruption of public officials represented one of the most critical skills that Joaquin needed to develop during his apprenticeship period. Felix Gallardo had identified systematic bribery as the foundation of successful drug trafficking operations, more important even than violence or intimidation in ensuring organizational survival and growth. The key was understanding the motivations and vulnerabilities of different types of officials, then crafting approaches that would convert potential enemies into reliable allies. The geographic expansion of cartel operations during the late 1970s provided Joaquin with practical experience in applying the theoretical knowledge he was acquiring through his association with Felix Gallardo. New smuggling routes were being established along the entire length of the Mexican border with the United States, from Tijuana in the west to Matamoros in the east. Each route presented unique challenges related to terrain, law enforcement presence, and competition from existing criminal organizations. Joaquin's assignments during this period took him to border cities like Tijuana, Juarez, and Nuevo Laredo, where he learned to navigate the complex political and criminal environments that characterize these crucial transit points. The work required establishing relationships with local criminal leaders, corrupting appropriate government officials, and organizing transportation networks that could move large quantities of drugs with acceptable levels of security and reliability. These experiences taught Joaquin important lessons about the regional variations in Mexican criminal culture and the need for flexible approaches that could adapt to local conditions. The sophisticated urban criminals who controlled operations in Tijuana required different management techniques than the rural family based organizations that dominated trafficking in more remote areas. Success required understanding and respecting these differences while maintaining overall strategic coherence across the entire organizational network. The violence that was an inevitable component of criminal enterprise received careful attention during Joaquin's education under Felix Gallardo's guidance. Unlike the impulsive brutality that characterized many criminal organizations, the Guadalajara cartel employed violence strategically as a tool for achieving specific objectives rather than as an expression of anger or frustration. This approach required careful planning, precise execution, and thorough consideration of potential consequences before any violent action was undertaken. Joaquin learned that effective violence needed to be proportional to the provocation that triggered it, overwhelming enough to deter future challenges, but not so excessive as to attract unwanted attention from law enforcement or government authorities. The goal was to establish and maintain respect through carefully calculated demonstrations of power rather than through random acts of brutality that might be interpreted as weakness or lack of control. The psychological dimensions of criminal leadership were perhaps the most subtle and important aspects of Joaquin's education during this period. Felix Gallardo understood that managing a large criminal organization required many of the same skills that were necessary for legitimate business leadership, including the ability to inspire loyalty, delegate responsibility, and make difficult decisions under pressure. However, the illegal nature of cartel activities added complications that required special techniques and perspectives. By 1980, Joaquin had completed his transformation from mountain village criminal to sophisticated cartel operative under Felix Gallardo's expert guidance. He had learned to think strategically about long-term organizational development rather than focusing solely on immediate tactical opportunities. More importantly, He had begun to understand that the greatest profits in the drug trade came not from direct participation in trafficking activities, but from controlling the networks and relationships that made such activities possible. The knowledge and connections that Joaquin had acquired during his 5 year apprenticeship with the Guadalajara cartel would provide the foundation for his later independent success. He had learned to speak the language of international criminal enterprise, to navigate the complex relationships between criminal organizations and corrupt government officials, and to think on a scale that extended far beyond the limited horizons of his mountain village origins. The education was complete, and the student was ready to begin applying his lessons in pursuit of his own criminal empire. As the 1970s drew to a close, Joaquin Guzman had evolved from a desperate teenager seeking to support his abandoned family into an accomplished criminal operative with the knowledge and connections necessary to build his own organization. The transformation had been remarkable in its speed and thoroughness, but it represented only the beginning of a journey that would eventually make him one of the most powerful and notorious criminals in world history. The Pacific breeze carried the scent of salt water and opportunity through the streets of Tijuana in 1980, swirling around the bustling border city that had become Mexico's window to American prosperity. Here, where the poverty of the developing world met the wealth of the most powerful nation on earth, separated by nothing more than a chain link fence and the political abstractions of national sovereignty, fortunes could be made by those bold enough to exploit the contradictions of international law and economic reality. For 23-year-old Joaquin Guzman, recently graduated from his apprenticeship with Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo, Tijuana represented the perfect laboratory for applying the sophisticated lessons he had learned about modern criminal enterprise. The timing of Joaquin's arrival in Tijuana could hardly have been more fortuitous from the perspective of criminal opportunity. The early 1980s marked a crucial transition period in the global drug trade as American demand for cocaine was exploding exponentially, while traditional supply routes were becoming increasingly monitored and interdicted by law enforcement agencies. The established Caribbean trafficking corridors that had served Colombian cartels well during the 1970s were facing unprecedented pressure from the United States Coast Guard and the Drug Enforcement Administration, forcing South American suppliers to seek alternative pathways for their lucrative product. Most importantly, Mexican criminal organizations had been operating along the border for decades, building the local knowledge and corruption networks that were essential for successful smuggling operations. However, the transition from Caribbean to Mexican trafficking routes was not occurring without significant growing pains and organizational challenges. The established Mexican criminal families that controlled border smuggling had built their operations around relatively modest quantities of heroin and marijuana, products that required different handling techniques and generated far smaller profits than the cocaine that Colombian cartels were eager to move. Scaling up to handle multi-ton cocaine shipments required new infrastructure, different security procedures, and substantially more sophisticated money laundering capabilities than most Mexican organizations possessed. This gap between Colombian supply capacity and Mexican transportation capability created the perfect opportunity for an ambitious and intelligent criminal entrepreneur like Joaquin Guzman. His 5 years of education under Felix Gallardo had provided him with precisely the knowledge and connections necessary to bridge the divide between South American suppliers and North American markets. More importantly, his mountain village background had taught him the value of hard work and careful planning, while his criminal apprenticeship had shown him how to think strategically about long term organizational development. The Tijuana of 1980 was a city in the midst of dramatic transformation, driven by Mexico's emerging integration into global economic networks and the massive flow of people and goods across the international border. The population was swelling with migrants from throughout Mexico who came seeking opportunities in the border economy, creating a dynamic and volatile social environment where traditional rules and relationships were constantly being renegotiated. Factory jobs in the growing maquiladora sector provided legitimate employment for some new arrivals, while others found opportunities in the extensive informal economy that thrived in the spaces between legal and illegal commerce. The city's geography made it nearly perfect for drug trafficking operations. Tijuana sat directly across the border from San Diego, one of America's largest and most prosperous cities, providing access to distribution networks that extended throughout California and the southwestern United States. The Tijuana River Valley offered numerous secluded locations where drugs could be stored and prepared for shipment, while the mountainous terrain east of the city provided natural barriers against law enforcement surveillance and interdiction efforts. Perhaps most importantly, the daily movement of hundreds of thousands of people and vehicles across the border created a massive flow of legitimate activity that could camouflage illegal shipments. Border crossings that processed tens of thousands of cars and trucks each day could not subject every vehicle to intensive inspection without creating economically disruptive delays. This reality created opportunities for sophisticated traffickers who could develop methods for concealing drugs among legitimate cargo or within specially modified vehicles that appeared entirely normal to casual inspection. Joaquin's initial approach to establishing operations in Tijuana reflected the sophisticated planning techniques he had learned during his apprenticeship with Felix Gallardo. Rather than announcing his presence through dramatic gestures or confrontations with existing criminal organizations, he began by carefully studying the local criminal landscape and identifying opportunities for cooperation rather than competition. This patient approach was characteristic of his mature criminal methodology, demonstrating the strategic thinking that would eventually make him far more successful than many rivals who relied primarily on violence and intimidation. The established criminal organizations that controlled various aspects of Tijuana's illegal economy were primarily family based enterprises that had operated in the region for decades. These groups possessed invaluable local knowledge about border crossing procedures, law enforcement patterns, and corruption opportunities, but they lacked the capital and international connections necessary for large-scale cocaine trafficking. Joaquin recognized that these organizations represented potential partners rather than obstacles, provided that mutually beneficial arrangements could be negotiated. His strategy for building relationships with local criminal leaders reflected lessons learned about the importance of respect and reciprocity in Mexican criminal culture. Rather than attempting to impose his authority through force, Joaquin approached established traffickers as a potential collaborator who could provide resources and connections that would benefit everyone involved. This diplomatic approach was particularly effective because it appealed to the practical business instincts of criminals who understood that cooperation was often more profitable than conflict. The first major opportunity that allowed Joaquin to demonstrate his value to the Tijuana criminal community involved a complex logistics problem that had been hampering local trafficking operations for months. Colombian suppliers had been expressing frustration with the limited transportation capacity of Mexican border organizations, threatening to seek alternative routes if Mexican traffickers could not handle larger shipments more efficiently. Local criminal leaders possessed the border crossing expertise necessary for successful smuggling, but lacked the organizational capabilities required for coordinating large scale operations. Joaquin's solution to this problem demonstrated both his understanding of modern criminal logistics and his ability to implement sophisticated operational plans under challenging circumstances. He proposed creating a centralized coordination system that would combine the local expertise of established Tijuana criminals with the international connections and financial resources that he had developed through his association with the Guadalajara cartel. This approach would allow all participants to benefit from increased volume and efficiency while maintaining the security and reliability that were essential for sustainable operations. The implementation of this coordinated trafficking system required months of careful planning and relationship building. Joaquin had to negotiate agreements with multiple criminal organizations, each with their own territorial concerns and operational preferences. He needed to establish secure communications networks that could coordinate activities across different groups without compromising operational security. Most importantly, he had to demonstrate through successful operations that his approach would generate greater profits for everyone involved while reducing the risks that individual organizations faced when operating independently. The first major cocaine shipment that Joaquin coordinated through his new Tijuana network occurred in late 1980 and represented a dramatic escalation in the scale of his criminal activities. The operation involved receiving several tons of cocaine from Colombian suppliers at a remote landing strip in Sinaloa, transporting the drugs overland to secure storage facilities in Tijuana, then moving the product across the border in specially modified vehicles during peak traffic periods when intensive inspections were impractical. The success of this initial operation established Joaquin's reputation as a criminal leader capable of managing complex international trafficking networks with exceptional skill and reliability. The profits generated by the shipment were substantial enough to transform the financial circumstances of everyone involved, creating powerful incentives for continued cooperation and expansion. The relationship with Colombian cocaine suppliers that Joaquin developed during his early Tijuana operations would prove to be one of the most important factors in his eventual rise to international prominence. The Colombians controlled cocaine production and were eager to expand their market reach, but they needed reliable partners who could handle the complex logistics of international transportation and distribution. Joaquin's combination of operational competence, financial reliability, and strategic thinking made him an ideal partner for South American cartels seeking to increase their penetration of North American markets. These Colombian relationships also provided Joaquin with access to quantities of capital that far exceeded anything available through traditional Mexican criminal enterprises. Cocaine trafficking generated profits on a scale that dwarfed the returns from heroin or marijuana smuggling, creating opportunities for investment and expansion that could transform modest criminal organizations into major international enterprises. The key was demonstrating sufficient reliability and competence to earn the trust and continued support of Colombian suppliers who had numerous potential Mexican partners to choose from. By 1982, Joaquin had established himself as one of the most important criminal figures in Tijuana, controlling trafficking networks that moved substantial quantities of cocaine into American markets on a regular basis. His success had attracted the attention of other ambitious criminals throughout Mexico who recognized that the cocaine trade offered unprecedented opportunities for wealth accumulation and power projection. However, this success had also begun to generate the kind of attention from law enforcement agencies that would eventually force significant changes in his operational methods. The infrastructure that Joaquin built during his early years in Tijuana included sophisticated tunnel systems that allowed drugs to be moved under the international border without detection by surface surveillance methods. These tunnels represented substantial investments in time, money, and engineering expertise, but they provided security advantages that justified the costs involved. Underground transportation routes were nearly impossible for law enforcement to monitor effectively, and they could be used repeatedly over extended periods provided that operational security was maintained. The success of Joaquin's Tijuana operations during the early 1980s established the foundation for what would eventually become the Sinaloa Cartel, one of the most powerful and durable criminal organizations in modern history. The lessons learned about international cooperation, sophisticated logistics, and strategic patience would prove invaluable during later phases of his criminal career when he faced much more serious challenges from both rival criminals and government authorities. The period from 1980 to 1985 represented Joaquin's transformation from promising criminal apprentice to major trafficking entrepreneur with international connections and substantial financial resources. The skills, relationships, and reputation that he developed during these crucial years would provide the foundation for building an even larger and more sophisticated criminal empire during the decades that followed. The mountain village boy had successfully seized his big break and was ready to begin building an organization that would eventually reshape the entire landscape of international drug trafficking. The cool mountain air of Sinaloa carried whispers of change as 1985 dawned across the rugged Sierra Madre, where ancient traditions of family loyalty and regional independence were about to be transformed into the foundation of one of the most sophisticated criminal organizations in modern history. Joaquin Guzman, now 28 years old, and seasoned by 5 years of success in Tijuana's competitive trafficking environment, had begun to envision something far more ambitious than the loosely affiliated criminal networks that had dominated Mexican drug trafficking for decades. His vision involved creating a genuinely modern criminal enterprise that could operate with the efficiency and discipline of a multinational corporation while maintaining the security and loyalty that were essential for survival in the violent world of illegal commerce. The organizational structure that Joaquin began building during this crucial period reflected lessons learned from both his rural Sinaloa upbringing and his sophisticated education under Miguel Ángel Félix Gallardo's guidance. He understood that sustainable criminal organizations needed to combine the personal loyalty that came from family and regional connections with the professional competence that was required for managing complex international operations. This insight led him to develop a recruitment strategy that focused primarily on young men from his native Sinaloa mountains, individuals who shared his cultural background and could be trusted with the most sensitive organizational responsibilities. The process of systematic recruitment began in the impoverished mountain villages where Joaquin had grown up, communities where legitimate economic opportunities remained scarce and where the success of local men who had prospered through drug trafficking served as powerful examples of what was possible for those willing to take risks. Joaquin's own transformation from abandoned village child to prosperous criminal entrepreneur provided compelling evidence that the drug trade could offer escape from the grinding poverty that had trapped families for Omari in generations. This personal example proved far more persuasive than abstract promises or financial incentives in convincing young men to join his growing organization. The recruitment process itself was conducted with the same careful attention to security and relationship building that characterized all aspects of Joaquin's mature criminal methodology. Rather than approaching potential recruits directly, he worked through networks of family members, childhood friends, and respected community elders who could vouch for both the character of potential candidates and their likely loyalty to the organization. This approach ensured that new recruits had multiple personal connections to existing organizational members, creating overlapping webs of mutual obligation and accountability that were extremely difficult for outsiders to penetrate or law enforcement agencies to compromise. The young men who joined Joaquin's organization during its formative years typically came from large families where multiple siblings were struggling to support parents and grandparents on the minimal incomes available through subsistence farming or occasional labor. The opportunity to earn substantial money through drug trafficking was attractive not only for personal advancement, but also as a means of fulfilling traditional obligations to extended family networks. This combination of personal ambition and family responsibility created powerful incentives for loyalty and discretion that proved far more reliable than relationships based solely on financial considerations. Training new organizational members required developing educational programs that could transform mountain village youth into competent participants in sophisticated international criminal operations. The curriculum that Joaquin created during this period covered everything from basic operational security procedures to Joaquin Key, advanced techniques for money laundering and corruption of government officials. More importantly, the training emphasized the cultural values and behavioral expectations that would maintain organizational cohesion and discipline as the group expanded beyond the personal relationships that had characterized its early development. The hierarchical structure that emerged from this careful recruitment and training process reflected Joaquin's understanding that successful criminal organizations needed clear lines of authority and responsibility while maintaining sufficient flexibility to adapt to changing circumstances and opportunities. At the top of the organization, Joaquin maintained direct control over strategic planning, major financial decisions, and relationships with external partners, including Colombian suppliers and corrupted government officials. Below this level, trusted lieutenants managed specific operational areas, including transportation, security, communications, and money laundering. The middle management positions within the organization were typically filled by individuals who had demonstrated exceptional competence and loyalty during their initial assignments. These positions required sophisticated skills, including the ability to manage complex logistics operations, negotiate with criminal partners and government officials, and make tactical decisions under pressure without compromising overall organizational security. The selection process for these crucial positions involved extensive evaluation periods during which candidates were tested through increasingly challenging assignments that revealed both their capabilities and their character. The foundation level of the organization consisted of hundreds of individuals who handled specific operational tasks, including transportation, security, communications, and money handling. These positions required different skills and offered different risks and rewards than leadership roles, but they were equally important for overall organizational success. Joaquin understood that maintaining the loyalty and competence of these operational personnel required fair compensation, reasonable working conditions, and genuine opportunities for advancement based on merit and performance. The geographic expansion of organizational operations during this period required establishing secure bases of operation throughout Sinaloa and neighboring states where drugs could be stored, processed, and prepared for shipment. These facilities needed to be located in areas that provided security from both law enforcement surveillance and potential attacks by rival criminal organizations, while also offering convenient access to transportation networks that could move products efficiently to border crossing points and international markets. The selection and development of these facilities required substantial investments in real estate, construction, and security infrastructure. The transportation networks that connected these various operational facilities represented one of the most complex and critical aspects of the organization's infrastructure development. Moving multi-ton quantities of illegal drugs across thousands of miles of Mexican territory required coordinating numerous vehicles, routes, and personnel while maintaining security against interdiction by law enforcement agencies and theft by rival criminals. The system that Joaquin developed included multiple backup routes, specialized vehicles with hidden compartments, and communication protocols that could coordinate complex movements without compromising operational security. The financial management systems that were developed during this organizational expansion period reflected Joaquin's understanding that handling the enormous cash flows generated by successful drug trafficking required sophisticated banking relationships, money laundering techniques, and investment strategies. The organization needed to convert illegal drug profits into apparently legitimate assets that could support continued operations and provide security for organizational members and their families. This required establishing relationships with corrupt financial institutions, creating legitimate business enterprises that could serve as fronts for money laundering activities, and developing investment portfolios that could generate legal income streams. The corruption networks that were essential for protecting organizational operations required systematic development of relationships with government officials at federal, state, and local levels throughout Mexico. These relationships needed to be managed carefully to provide maximum protection while minimizing the risks associated with dealing with potentially unreliable partners who might be compromised by law enforcement pressure or rival criminal organizations. The approach that Joaquin developed involved offering officials multiple forms of compensation, including direct cash payments, business partnerships, real estate investments, and educational opportunities for family members. The security apparatus that protected the organization from both external threats and internal betrayal represented a crucial component of the infrastructure that was developed during this expansion period. This security system included intelligence gathering capabilities that could monitor the activities of rival criminal organizations and law enforcement agencies, counterintelligence procedures that could identify and neutralize potential security breaches, and enforcement capabilities that could respond effectively to direct threats against organizational interests or personnel. The weapons and equipment that supported these security operations required establishing procurement networks that could provide high-quality firearms, communications equipment, and vehicles without creating security vulnerabilities or attracting unwanted attention from law enforcement agencies. These procurement activities needed to be conducted through multiple intermediaries and front organizations that could obscure the ultimate destination of sensitive equipment and materials. The communication systems that coordinated organizational activities across vast geographic areas and multiple operational levels represented another critical infrastructure component that required substantial investment and ongoing maintenance. These systems needed to provide secure and reliable communications between organizational leadership and operational personnel while remaining resistant to monitoring by law enforcement agencies. The technology available during the mid 1980s was primitive compared to later developments, requiring creative approaches to maintaining communication security. The intelligence networks that provided early warning of law enforcement activities and rival criminal operations required developing relationships with informants throughout Mexican government agencies, military organizations, and competing criminal groups. These intelligence capabilities were essential for avoiding arrests, preventing attacks by rivals, and identifying new opportunities for organizational expansion and development. The management of these intelligence assets required sophisticated skills in human psychology and relationship management. By 1990, the organizational structure that Joaquin had systematically constructed during the previous 5 years represented a dramatic evolution from the family based criminal enterprises that had traditionally dominated Mexican drug trafficking. The Sinaloa organization possessed the scale, sophistication, and security necessary for managing multi-billion-dollar criminal operations while maintaining the loyalty and discipline that were essential for long-term survival in an extremely dangerous environment. The success of this organizational development process was reflected in the substantial expansion of trafficking volumes and profit margins that occurred during the late 1980s. The organization was handling multiple tons of cocaine per month, generating revenues that exceeded the annual budgets of many legitimate corporations. More importantly, these financial results were being achieved while maintaining exceptionally high levels of operational security and organizational discipline that protected both leadership and operational personnel from serious law enforcement pressure. The foundation that was constructed during this crucial organizational development period would provide the basis for even more ambitious expansion during the 1990s, as Joaquin's vision extended beyond regional dominance toward genuinely international influence and control. The Mountain Village Boy had successfully transformed his early criminal success into a sophisticated organizational machine that was ready to challenge the established order of international drug trafficking and reshape the entire landscape of Mexican organized crime. The Pacific Coast fog rolled inland from the sea each evening in 1990, blanketing the sprawling border city of Tijuana in a gray shroud that seemed to absorb sound and conceal movement. In this mist-wrapped urban landscape where Mexico met the United States, territorial boundaries meant everything and nothing simultaneously. While the international border remained fixed by treaty and guarded by armed agents, the invisible boundaries that divided criminal territories shifted constantly according to the ebb and flow of violence, negotiation, and strategic calculation. It was in this fluid environment that Joaquin Guzman would face his most serious challenge to date, a conflict that would test every lesson he had learned about leadership, strategy, and survival in the unforgiving world of international drug trafficking. The roots of what would become known as the Tijuana Cartel Wars could be traced to the inevitable fragmentation of Miguel Angel Felix Gallardo's Guadalajara cartel empire during the late 1980s. Felix Gallardo's arrest in 1989 had created a power vacuum that multiple ambitious criminal leaders were eager to fill, each believing that their combination of experience, connections, and ruthlessness made them the natural heir to his position as Mexico's dominant drug trafficking figure. The careful balance of cooperation and competition that had characterized the Guadalajara organization's internal dynamics collapsed as former allies found themselves competing for the same territories, trafficking routes, and Colombian supplier relationships. The Arellano Felix brothers, led by the charismatic and volatile Ramon Arellano Felix, had established themselves as the primary controllers of Tijuana trafficking operations during the late 1980s. Their organization combined the sophisticated operational methods that had been pioneered by Felix Gallardo with a level of violent ruthlessness that exceeded anything previously seen in Mexican drug trafficking. The brothers understood that controlling Tijuana meant controlling one of the most valuable drug trafficking corridors in North America, a prize that justified virtually any level of violence or risk necessary to maintain their dominance. Ramon Arellano Felix, in particular, represented a new generation of Mexican criminal leaders who viewed violence not merely as a tool for achieving specific objectives, but as a means of establishing psychological dominance over rivals, government officials, and civilian populations alike. His approach to territorial control involved systematic intimidation campaigns that were designed to convince potential challengers that resistance would result in consequences far exceeding any possible benefits. This strategy had proven highly effective in establishing and maintaining the Tijuana organization's control over local trafficking operations. The initial friction between Joaquin's expanding Sinaloa organization and the established Tijuana cartel began as a commercial dispute over access to specific border crossing points and transportation routes. Both organizations were experiencing rapid growth in their cocaine trafficking operations during the early 1990s, driven by seemingly insatiable American demand and abundant Colombian supply. However, the infrastructure for moving drugs across the border remained limited, creating bottlenecks that forced different criminal organizations to compete for access to the most efficient and secure smuggling routes. The business relationship between the two organizations had actually begun on cooperative terms, with Joaquin's group providing additional transportation capacity for Tijuana operations in exchange for access to established border crossing procedures and local corruption networks. This arrangement had functioned successfully for several months, generating substantial profits for both parties while avoiding the costs and risks associated with direct competition. However, the underlying tensions created by overlapping territorial claims and conflicting organizational cultures made long-term cooperation increasingly difficult to maintain. The transformation of commercial competition into violent conflict occurred gradually through a series of escalating incidents that reflected the different operational philosophies and cultural backgrounds of the competing organizations. Joaquin's Sinaloa group emphasized careful planning, measured responses, and strategic thinking that prioritized long-term organizational interests over immediate tactical advantages. The Tijuana organization, by contrast, favored dramatic displays of force that were designed to intimidate rivals and establish dominance through psychological warfare as much as actual violence. The first serious confrontation between the organizations occurred when a shipment of cocaine belonging to Joaquin N's group was intercepted by Tijuana operatives who claimed that it was traveling through territory under their exclusive control. The Tijuana organization's demand for substantial compensation for allowing the shipment to continue represented a direct challenge to the cooperative arrangements that had previously governed relationships between the groups. More importantly, the aggressive manner in which this demand was presented suggested that the Tijuana leadership viewed Joaquin's organization as subordinate partners rather than equals in the trafficking business. Joaquin's response to this provocation reflected both his strategic intelligence and his deep understanding of the cultural dynamics that governed Mexican criminal relationships. Rather than responding immediately with retaliatory violence, he chose to treat the incident as a misunderstanding that could be resolved through negotiation and mutual concessions. This approach was designed to preserve the cooperative relationship while making it clear that his organization would not accept subordinate status or submit to demands that compromised their operational independence. The negotiation process that followed revealed fundamental differences in how the two organizations understood power relationships and territorial control in the drug trafficking business. Joaquin approached the discussions as a business dispute that could be resolved through rational analysis of each party's interests and capabilities. The Tijuana representatives, however, seemed more interested in establishing dominance through intimidation and demands for symbolic submissions that would acknowledge their superior status in the regional criminal hierarchy. The breakdown of negotiations occurred during a meeting in Puerto Vallarta in May 1993, an incident that would become legendary in Mexican criminal folklore for its dramatic violence and long-term consequences. The meeting had been arranged as a final attempt to resolve the territorial dispute through peaceful negotiation, with both sides bringing substantial security details to protect their leadership during the discussions. The relaxed resort atmosphere of Puerto Vallarta was intended to provide a neutral environment where business could be conducted without the tensions that characterize the border regions. The Christine discotheque in Puerto Vallarta's hotel zone provided an upscale setting that seemed perfectly suited for the kind of informal negotiations that often resolve disputes between sophisticated criminal organizations. The establishment catered to wealthy tourists and business executives, offering an environment where well-dressed men conducting quiet conversations would attract no particular attention from local authorities or civilian observers. The choice of venue reflected both organizations' understanding that successful criminal enterprises needed to maintain legitimate appearances while conducting their most sensitive business. The events of that evening in Puerto Vallarta would be reconstructed later through witness testimony and police investigation, though the exact sequence of events remained disputed by different participants and observers. What seems certain is that the meeting began as a genuine attempt to negotiate a peaceful resolution to the territorial dispute, with representatives from both organizations expressing interest in finding mutually acceptable solutions to their commercial conflicts. The atmosphere was initially cordial, with participants sharing drinks and engaging in the kind of social conversation that typically preceded serious business negotiations. The transformation of the meeting from peaceful negotiation to lethal violence occurred with shocking suddenness as tensions that had been building for months finally exploded into gunfire that left multiple participants dead or wounded. Joaquin himself narrowly escaped death when gunmen associated with the Tijuana organization opened fire on the assembled Sinaloa representatives, an attack that was apparently intended to eliminate him and his key lieutenants in a single devastating blow. The fact that he survived this assassination attempt was likely due to a combination of luck, quick reflexes, and the protective actions of his security personnel. The psychological impact of the Puerto Vallarta incident on Joaquin's subsequent approach to criminal conflict cannot be overstated. The experience of being targeted for elimination by rivals who had previously maintained cooperative relationships taught him crucial lessons about the ultimate nature of power relationships in the drug trafficking business. He learned that success and expansion inevitably created enemies who would seek to destroy what they could not control, and that survival required maintaining constant vigilance against potential threats from both obvious rivals and apparent allies. The immediate aftermath of the Puerto Vallarta attack required Joaquin to make fundamental strategic decisions about how his organization would respond to this unprecedented challenge to its leadership and operational security. The options ranged from seeking peaceful resolution through intermediaries and mutual compromises to launching all-out war aimed at eliminating the Tijuana organization as a competing force in Mexican drug trafficking. The choice would determine not only the immediate survival of his organization, but also its long-term position in the increasingly violent and competitive world of international drug commerce. The decision to respond with systematic violence rather than additional attempts at negotiation reflected Joaquin's mature understanding that the Tijuana organization's attack represented a fundamental challenge to his organization's credibility and survival prospects. In the culture of Mexican organized crime, failing to respond decisively to such a direct challenge would be interpreted as weakness that would encourage additional attacks from other rivals seeking to exploit perceived vulnerability. The response needed to be overwhelming enough to deter future challenges while demonstrating the organization's capacity for sustained warfare if necessary. The warfare that followed the Puerto Vallarta incident transformed the landscape of Mexican drug trafficking through its unprecedented scale and intensity. Both organizations possessed substantial financial resources, sophisticated weapons, and experienced personnel capable of conducting complex military-style operations across multiple geographic locations. The conflict quickly expanded beyond the immediate participants to involve related criminal organizations, corrupt government officials, and civilian populations in the contested territories. The tactical approaches employed by both sides reflected their different organizational cultures and strategic philosophies. The Tijuana organization favored dramatic public displays of violence that were designed to terrorize civilian populations and demonstrate their willingness to use unlimited force against anyone who opposed their interests. Their attacks often targeted not only rival criminals, but also family members, business associates, and anyone else who might provide support or assistance to their enemies. Joaquin's organization, by contrast, employed more measured and strategically focused violence that was designed to achieve specific tactical objectives while minimizing unnecessary attention from law enforcement agencies and civilian authorities. Their operations typically targeted key operational personnel and infrastructure belonging to the Tijuana organization, seeking to degrade their rivals' capabilities rather than simply inflicting maximum casualties. This approach reflected Joaquin's understanding that successful criminal organizations needed to balance aggressive tactics with long-term strategic thinking. The geographic scope of the conflict expanded rapidly as both organizations sought to gain tactical advantages through control of key territories and transportation routes throughout northwestern Mexico. Battles were fought not only in Tijuana itself, but also in Sinaloa, Sonora, and Baja California, as each side attempted to disrupt their rivals' operations while protecting their own critical infrastructure and personnel. The violence reached levels that attracted national and international attention, forcing Mexican government authorities to deploy military units in an attempt to restore order to the affected regions. The human cost of this territorial warfare was substantial, with hundreds of participants and bystanders killed or wounded during the 5-year conflict. The violence also disrupted legitimate economic activities in the affected regions as businesses closed and civilians fled areas where armed confrontations were occurring regularly. The broader impact on Mexican society was significant, as the conflict demonstrated the extent to which criminal organizations had developed capabilities that rivaled those of government security forces. By 1995, the intensity of the conflict had begun to diminish as both organizations recognized that continued warfare was imposing costs that exceeded any possible benefits. The Sinaloa organization had demonstrated its ability to survive and retaliate against even the most serious challenges to its leadership and territorial control. More importantly, Joaquin had emerged from the conflict with enhanced reputation and expanded influence that positioned him as one of Mexico's most formidable criminal leaders. The lessons learned during this period of intense competition and violence would prove invaluable during later phases of Joaquin's criminal career, when he faced even more serious challenges from both rival criminals and government authorities. The experience had taught him that success in the drug trafficking business ultimately depended on the ability to project power convincingly while maintaining the organizational discipline and strategic focus necessary for long-term survival and growth. As the dust settled from the Tijuana Wars, Joaquin's organization had not only survived its most serious challenge to date, but had emerged stronger and more sophisticated than ever before. The Mountain Village boy had proven that he could compete successfully with the most ruthless and experienced criminals in Mexico, setting the stage for even greater expansion and influence during the years that lay ahead. The dawn of 1995 brought with it the promise of unprecedented expansion for Joaquin Guzman's criminal empire, as the violent conflicts with the Tijuana cartel had paradoxically created new opportunities for growth and diversification that extended far beyond the traditional boundaries of Mexican drug trafficking. The survival and ultimate triumph over his most dangerous rivals had established Joaquin's reputation as one of Mexico's most formidable criminal leaders, attracting the attention of criminal organizations throughout the Americas who sought partnerships with proven winners. More importantly, the organizational capabilities that had been forged and tested during the crucible of territorial warfare were now available for application to ambitious projects that would transform his regional criminal enterprise into a truly international criminal corporation. The geographic scope of Joaquin's vision during this expansionary period reflected his sophisticated understanding of global drug markets and the logistics networks that connected producers, transporters, and consumers across vast distances and multiple international borders. He recognized that the most profitable opportunities in the drug trade existed not merely in moving products from one location to another, but in controlling entire supply chains that extended from raw material cultivation through final retail distribution. This insight led him to pursue strategic relationships and territorial expansion that would position his organization as an indispensable intermediary in the increasingly complex world of international drug commerce. The first phase of this continental expansion involved strengthening and systematizing the Colombian relationships that had already proven crucial to his organization's success in cocaine trafficking. The partnerships that had developed during the early 1990s were primarily transactional arrangements focused on specific shipments and short term commercial objectives. The new relationships that Joaquin sought to establish would be more comprehensive and strategic, involving long term commitments, shared investments, and coordinated planning that could maximize efficiency and profitability for all participants while minimizing the risks associated with law enforcement interdiction efforts. The Colombian cocaine cartels of the mid 1990s were themselves undergoing significant organizational changes as law enforcement pressure and internal conflicts forced adaptations in their operational methods and strategic approaches. The dramatic public confrontations between government forces and the Medellin and Cali cartels had demonstrated that excessive visibility and confrontational tactics could ultimately prove counterproductive, regardless of the immediate tactical advantages they might provide. The Colombian organizations were increasingly interested in working with Mexican partners who could provide reliable transportation services while maintaining lower profiles that attracted less attention from international law enforcement agencies. Joaquin's approach to these enhanced Colombian relationships reflected the diplomatic skills and strategic patience that had become hallmarks of his mature criminal methodology. Rather than simply seeking better commercial terms for existing arrangements, he proposed comprehensive partnerships that would integrate Mexican and Colombian capabilities in ways that would benefit both parties while creating barriers to entry that would exclude potential competitors. These partnerships would involve shared investments in transportation infrastructure, coordinated security operations, and joint development of new trafficking routes that could adapt to changing law enforcement patterns. The implementation of these enhanced Colombian relationships required establishing permanent representation in key South American locations, particularly in the cocaine producing regions of Colombia, where critical decisions about production schedules, quality control, and shipping arrangements were made on a daily basis. Joaquin's representatives in these locations needed to be individuals who combined absolute personal loyalty with sophisticated understanding of international criminal operations and the cultural sensitivity necessary for building trust with foreign criminal partners. The selection and training of personnel for these international assignments represented one of the most challenging aspects of the organization's expansion during this period. The individuals chosen for these positions would be operating far from the familiar cultural and geographic environment of their Sinaloa homeland, requiring them to adapt to different languages, customs, and operational methods while maintaining the security consciousness and organizational discipline that were essential for their survival and effectiveness. The training programs that were developed for these assignments covered everything from foreign language instruction to advanced techniques for avoiding surveillance and maintaining secure communications across international distances. The expansion into Central America during the late 1990s represented another crucial component of Joaquin's continental strategy, as the countries that connected South America to North America offered both opportunities and challenges that required careful navigation. The political instability that characterized much of Central America during this period created opportunities for criminal organizations that could provide the kind of economic investment and employment that legitimate institutions were unable to deliver. At the same time, this instability also created security risks and unpredictable conditions that could disrupt carefully planned operations. Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, and Nicaragua each presented unique combinations of opportunities and challenges that required tailored approaches based on local political conditions, existing criminal organizations, and geographic factors that influence transportation logistics. Guatemala's proximity to Mexico and its established smuggling traditions made it a natural extension of existing trafficking routes. El Salvador's dense population and active criminal gangs provided both potential partners and competitors that needed to be managed carefully. Honduras offered strategic coastal locations that could support maritime trafficking operations, while Nicaragua's ongoing political transitions created opportunities for establishing influential relationships with emerging political leaders. The maritime trafficking capabilities that were developed during this expansion period represented a significant diversification from the primarily overland transportation methods that had characterized earlier operations. The Caribbean and Pacific coastlines of Central America offered numerous opportunities for establishing secure ports and staging areas that could support large scale maritime trafficking operations while remaining largely invisible to government surveillance efforts. These maritime capabilities required substantial investments in boats, navigation equipment, and skilled personnel who could operate effectively in marine environments while maintaining operational security. The relationships with established criminal organizations throughout Central America required the same careful diplomatic approach that had proven successful in other international partnerships. Many of these organizations had been operating in their respective territories for decades, possessing invaluable local knowledge and political connections that could not be easily replicated by outside organizations. Rather than attempting to displace these established groups, Joaquin's strategy involved creating mutually beneficial partnerships that would enhance the capabilities of all participants while reducing the costs and risks associated with competition and conflict. The expansion into major American cities during this period represented perhaps the most ambitious and strategically important component of Joaquin's continental vision. While his organization had been successfully moving drugs into the United States for years, the distribution networks within American cities had primarily been managed by independent criminal groups that purchased drugs from Mexican suppliers and then handled retail distribution according to their own methods and priorities. The new strategy involved establishing more direct control over distribution networks in key American markets, allowing the organization to capture a larger share of the profits while exercising greater influence over pricing and territorial arrangements. New York City, with its enormous population and sophisticated transportation infrastructure, represented the most lucrative but also the most challenging market for direct expansion efforts. The city's established drug distribution networks were controlled by various ethnic criminal organizations that had been operating in their respective territories for generations, possessing political connections and operational knowledge that would be difficult for outsiders to challenge directly. The approach that Joaquin's organization developed involved working through intermediaries and joint ventures that could provide access to established distribution channels while minimizing direct exposure to law enforcement. Attention. Chicago offered different opportunities and challenges, with its central location making it an ideal hub for distributing drugs throughout the American Midwest, while its industrial infrastructure provided cover for large scale transportation and storage operations. The city's political culture and law enforcement environment required different approaches than those that had proven successful in coastal cities, necessitating the development of specialized knowledge and relationships that could ensure operational security in this crucial market. Los Angeles, despite its proximity to the Mexican border and large Spanish speaking population, presented its own unique complexities due to the presence of multiple competing criminal organizations and the sophisticated law enforcement capabilities of federal agencies that maintained major operations in Southern California. The strategies developed for the Los Angeles market needed to account for higher levels of law enforcement scrutiny while taking advantage of the cultural and linguistic connections that could facilitate organizational expansion. The diversification into heroin trafficking during this expansion period reflected Joaquin's recognition that market demand patterns were shifting in ways that created new opportunities for organizations that could adapt quickly to Joaquin changing conditions. While cocaine had been the primary focus of Mexican trafficking organizations during the 1980s and early 1990s, growing American demand for heroin was creating opportunities for organizations that could produce and distribute high quality heroin at competitive prices. The advantage that Mexican organizations possessed in heroin trafficking was their proximity to established opium poppy cultivation areas and their understanding of the agricultural and processing techniques that were required for producing marketable heroin. The development of methamphetamine production and trafficking capabilities represented another significant diversification that would prove increasingly important in subsequent years. Methamphetamine offered several advantages over traditional drugs, including lower production costs, less complex supply chains, and growing demand among American consumers who found the drug's stimulant effects appealing for various lifestyle and occupational reasons. The production of methamphetamine could be established relatively quickly using readily available chemicals and equipment, making it an attractive option for organizations seeking to diversify their product offerings while reducing dependence on international suppliers. The money laundering operations that were necessary to handle the enormous cash flows generated by these expanded trafficking activities required sophisticated financial networks that could process hundreds of millions of dollars annually, while maintaining apparent legitimacy in the eyes of banking regulators and law enforcement agencies. The development of legitimate business enterprises that could serve as fronts for money laundering activities required substantial investments in various industries, including agriculture, construction, transportation, and retail commerce. These businesses needed to generate sufficient apparent revenue to justify the large cash deposits that were being made regularly, while also providing employment for organizational members and their families who needed legitimate sources of income for tax and immigration purposes. The management of these legitimate enterprises required business skills that were quite different from those needed for drug trafficking operations, necessitating the recruitment of individuals with conventional business education and experience. The technological innovations that were implemented during this expansion period reflected the organization's commitment to maintaining operational advantages over both competitors and law enforcement agencies. Communication security became increasingly important as the geographic scope of operations expanded and the number of personnel involved in various activities grew substantially. The development of encrypted communication networks required significant investments in technology and training, but these investments were essential for maintaining coordination across the increasingly complex organizational structure. The transportation innovations that were developed during this period included sophisticated tunnel systems, modified vehicles with hidden compartments, and maritime vessels that were specially designed for drug trafficking operations while maintaining legitimate appearances. By the year 2000, Joaquin Guzman's organization had successfully transformed itself from a regional Mexican criminal enterprise into a truly continental criminal corporation with operations spanning from South America to Canada and from the Pacific to the Atlantic coasts. The Mountain Village Boy had created an empire that rivaled legitimate multinational corporations in its scope, complexity, and financial success, setting the stage for even greater achievements and more serious challenges in the years ahead. The marble corridors of Mexico City's government buildings echoed with the measured footsteps of bureaucrats and politicians as the new millennium began, their polished surfaces reflecting not only the ambitions of public servants, but also the shadow networks of influence and corruption that had become deeply embedded within the nation's institutional framework. The art of corruption, as he had come to understand it, required the same strategic patience and careful investment that characterized successful legitimate businesses, but with stakes that were measured in decades of freedom rather than quarterly profit margins. The institutional landscape that Joaquin sought to influence during this period was characterized by complex hierarchies, overlapping jurisdictions, and informal power networks that often mattered more than official organizational charts. Mexico's federal system created multiple layers of authority that needed to be navigated carefully, from local municipal governments that controlled day to day law enforcement activities to federal agencies that coordinated international anti drug efforts with their American counterparts. Understanding these institutional relationships and identifying the key decision makers within each level of government required intelligence gathering capabilities that rivaled those of legitimate security agencies. The approach that Joaquin developed for systematically corrupting government officials reflected lessons learned from decades of observing how power actually functioned within Mexican political culture. Rather than relying primarily on crude bribery or intimidation tactics that might work in the short term but could create long term risks, his organization developed sophisticated methods for creating mutually beneficial relationships that would encourage officials to view cooperation with the cartel as advancing their own legitimate interests. This approach required understanding the personal and professional motivations of individual officials, then crafting approaches that would appeal to those specific interests and concerns. The recruitment of federal police commanders represented one of the most critical and delicate aspects of this corruption campaign, as these officials possessed the operational knowledge and authority necessary to protect large-scale trafficking operations from interdiction efforts. The military officers who controlled Mexico's anti-drug operations represented perhaps the most challenging and potentially valuable corruption targets that Joaquin's organization pursued during this period. Mexican military culture emphasized honor, duty, and institutional loyalty in ways that made direct corruption attempts extremely risky and potentially counterproductive. However, the same cultural values that made military officers resistant to corruption also created opportunities for sophisticated approaches that could be presented as patriotic cooperation rather than criminal collaboration. Some military commanders could be convinced that working with established criminal organizations like Joaquin's cartel was preferable to allowing territories to be controlled by more violent or unpredictable criminal groups. The intelligence services that monitored criminal activities and coordinated with international law enforcement agencies required entirely different approaches that reflected their specialized training and access to sensitive information. About cartel operations, intelligence officers were typically well educated professionals who understood the risks and consequences of corruption more clearly than officials in other government sectors. The recruitment of intelligence assets required patient relationship building that often extended over years, beginning with small favors and gradually escalating to more significant forms of cooperation as trust developed and officials became increasingly committed to the relationship. The judicial system represented another crucial component of the institutional web that Joaquin sought to influence, as prosecutors and judges ultimately determined whether arrested cartel members would face serious consequences or be released to continue their criminal activities. The Mexican judicial system during this period was characterized by significant autonomy for individual prosecutors and judges, creating opportunities for targeted influence efforts that could protect key organizational personnel from prosecution. However, judicial corruption also carried significant risks, as judges and prosecutors were subject to oversight mechanisms and professional review processes that could expose corruption relationships if they were not managed carefully. The corruption of banking officials and financial regulators was essential for protecting the sophisticated money laundering operations that were necessary for handling the enormous cash flows generated by the expanded trafficking activities. Mexican banking regulations during the early 2000s included various reporting requirements and suspicious activity monitoring systems that could potentially expose cartel financial operations if they were enforced diligently. The cultivation of relationships within the banking sector required understanding both the formal regulatory framework and the informal networks of personal and professional relationships that influenced how regulations were actually implemented in practice. The state and local government officials, who controlled various aspects of infrastructure and commerce in key trafficking territories, required ongoing attention and investment to maintain the kind of cooperative relationships that were both necessary for large scale criminal operations. Governors, mayors, and municipal officials possessed authority over police forces, construction permits, transportation regulations, and various other governmental functions that could either facilitate or obstruct cartel activities. The approaches developed for these officials often emphasized the economic benefits that cartel operations could provide for their communities through employment, infrastructure investment, and financial contributions to local development projects. The communication systems that were necessary for coordinating these complex corruption relationships required the same attention to security and reliability that characterized other aspects of cartel operations. Government officials who were cooperating with the organization needed secure methods for receiving instructions, providing information, and coordinating their activities with cartel operations without exposing themselves or the organization to detection by hostile intelligence services or internal government oversight mechanisms. The development of these secure communication networks required significant investments in technology and personnel training, The intelligence gathering capabilities that supported these corruption efforts were essential for identifying potential recruitment targets, assessing their vulnerabilities and motivations, and monitoring their continued reliability once they had been recruited. The organization's intelligence networks needed to penetrate various levels of government to identify officials who might be receptive to corruption approaches while also monitoring the activities of officials who might pose threats to cartel operations. This intelligence gathering required developing relationships with government insiders who could provide information about personnel changes, policy developments, and internal security measures. The protection of corruption assets from exposure by rival criminal organizations or internal security investigations required constant vigilance and sophisticated counterintelligence capabilities. Officials who were cooperating with the cartel faced serious risks if their relationships were discovered by government oversight agencies or exploited by competing criminal organizations. The protection protocols developed for these assets included everything from physical security measures to legal support and financial assistance for officials whose cooperation had been discovered and who faced criminal prosecution as a tailbrechen result. The expansion of corruption networks into international settings represented one of the most challenging aspects of this institutional penetration effort. American law enforcement agencies that were cooperating with their Mexican counterparts in anti-drug operations possessed sophisticated security protocols and oversight mechanisms that made corruption attempts extremely risky. However, the potential benefits of having sources within American law enforcement agencies were substantial enough to justify careful and patient efforts to identify potential recruitment targets among American officials who had access to sensitive information about cartel operations. The management of these extensive corruption networks required administrative capabilities that were comparable to those of major corporations or government agencies. The organization needed to maintain detailed records of payments, track the performance and reliability of various assets, coordinate the activities of corrupted officials with operational requirements, and continuously assess the security risks associated with these relationships. This administrative burden required recruiting and training personnel with specialized skills in areas such as accounting, communications security, and human resource management. The psychological aspects of corruption management required understanding how to maintain the loyalty and cooperation of individuals who were violating their professional oaths and legal obligations by working with criminal organizations. Many government officials experienced significant internal conflicts about their cooperation with the cartel, requiring careful psychological management to ensure their continued reliability. The techniques developed for managing these relationships included everything from providing emotional support and rationalization for corrupt behavior to applying subtle pressure and reminders of the consequences that would result from betrayal or discontinuation of cooperation. The impact of technological developments on corruption operations during this period required continuous adaptation and investment in new capabilities. Advances in communications monitoring, financial tracking, and surveillance technology were making traditional corruption methods more vulnerable to detection by law enforcement agencies. The organization needed to develop new techniques for establishing and maintaining corrupt relationships that could operate effectively in an environment of enhanced government surveillance capabilities. By 2005, Joaquin Guzman had successfully constructed one of the most comprehensive corruption networks in the history of organized crime, with assets and relationships extending throughout the Mexican government and into international law enforcement agencies. This institutional web provided his criminal empire with unprecedented protection from law enforcement pressure while creating opportunities for expansion and diversification that would have been impossible without such extensive government cooperation. The mountain village boy had learned to navigate the corridors of power with the same skill and strategic patience that had characterized his rise through the ranks of organized crime, transforming government institutions that were supposed to oppose him into tools for advancing his criminal ambitions. The corruption network that he had built would provide the foundation for reaching even greater heights of power and influence in the years ahead. The morning sun cast long shadows across the manicured gardens of a luxurious estate nestled in the hills above Culiacan, where Joaquin Guzman stood at 48 years old at the absolute pinnacle of his criminal empire, commanding an organization that had grown from humble Sinaloa mountain roots into a sophisticated international enterprise, generating billions of dollars annually. The years between 2005 and 2008 represented the apex of his power and influence, a period when his decisions could affect drug markets across multiple continents, while his reputation inspired both fear and admiration throughout the criminal underworld. Yet this remarkable success came wrapped in the profound isolation and constant vigilance that defined life at the summit of the criminal hierarchy, where ultimate power existed alongside ultimate vulnerability. The daily routine of managing such a vast criminal empire required Joaquin to operate like the chief executive of a multinational corporation, making strategic decisions that affected thousands of employees and millions of customers while navigating complex relationships with suppliers, competitors, and regulatory authorities. His typical day might begin before dawn with encrypted communications from lieutenants reporting on overnight developments across various operational theaters, from cocaine shipments moving through Central America to money laundering activities in European financial centers. Each piece of information required careful analysis and appropriate response, as seemingly minor operational details could have cascading effects throughout the organization if not handled properly. The physical infrastructure that supported this criminal empire during its peak years was remarkable in its scope and sophistication. Safe houses and operational facilities were maintained in dozens of cities across Mexico, each equipped with state-of-the-art communications equipment, security systems, and escape routes that could be activated if law enforcement pressure became too intense. The transportation networks included everything from underground tunnels spanning the United States border to modified aircraft capable of carrying multi-ton cocaine shipments across international boundaries without detection by radar. Systems, or government surveillance aircraft. The human resources that were necessary for managing operations on this scale included thousands of individuals with specialized skills, ranging from chemical engineering for drug processing to international finance for money laundering. Activities. The organization's personnel department, if it could be called that, was responsible for recruiting, training, and managing a workforce that included agricultural specialists who oversaw opium poppy cultivation, logistics experts who coordinated complex transportation operations, and security professionals who protected key personnel and facilities from various threats. The challenge of maintaining loyalty and discipline among such a large and geographically dispersed workforce required sophisticated management techniques that combined traditional Mexican cultural values with modern organizational methods. The financial management systems that were necessary for handling the enormous cash flows generated by the organization's various activities represented one of the most complex aspects of Joaquin's operational challenges during this period. Conservative estimates suggested that the Sinaloa cartel was generating revenues of several billion dollars annually, requiring money laundering capabilities that could process hundreds of millions of dollars each month while maintaining apparent legitimacy in the eyes of banking regulators and law enforcement agencies. The organization operated legitimate businesses in industries ranging from agriculture and construction to retail commerce and real estate development, each serving both as a source of legal income and as a vehicle for laundering drug profits. The luxury lifestyle that accompanied Joaquin's position at the apex of the criminal world was both a symbol of his success and a practical necessity for maintaining the kind of image that commanded respect from criminal partners, government officials, and subordinates within his own organization. His various residences were equipped with amenities that rivaled those of legitimate billionaires, including private theaters, swimming pools, tennis courts, and wine cellars stocked with rare vintages from around the world. However, these luxurious surroundings were also fortified with sophisticated security systems, underground bunkers, and escape tunnels that reflected the constant danger that accompanied his position. The relationships with family members during this period of peak power were complicated by the extraordinary security requirements and public attention that made normal family life virtually impossible. Joaquin's children were educated at private schools under assumed names, with bodyguards posing as domestic staff to provide protection without attracting unwanted attention. The psychological burden of knowing that family members were potential targets for rivals or law enforcement agencies created constant anxiety that no amount of wealth or power could completely alleviate. The multiple romantic relationships that Joaquin maintained during this period reflected both his personal desires and the strategic considerations that influenced every aspect of his life. His marriages and relationships were often connected to important criminal families or regional political networks, serving to strengthen alliances and expand the organization's influence while also providing personal companionship and emotional support. However, these relationships also created additional security vulnerabilities and logistical complications, as each family member required protection and each household needed to be maintained according to standards appropriate for someone of his status and wealth. The public persona that developed around Joaquin during his peak years was a fascinating mixture of fear and admiration that reflected the complex relationship between Mexican society and its most successful criminal entrepreneurs. In the impoverished regions of Sinaloa, where he had grown up, he was often viewed as a folk hero who had escaped the limitations of poverty and social disadvantage through courage and intelligence. Stories circulated about his generosity to local communities, funding schools and medical clinics in areas where government services were minimal or non-existent. These charitable activities served both genuine philanthropic purposes and important strategic objectives by building popular support that made cooperation with law enforcement agencies socially unacceptable in many communities. The psychological dimensions of wielding such enormous power and influence were perhaps the most fascinating and troubling aspects of Joaquin's experience during this pinnacle period. The ability to command thousands of subordinates, influence government policies, and affect the lives of millions of people around the world was intoxicating in ways that few human beings have ever experienced. However, this power also created a profound sense of isolation and paranoia, as the very success that had elevated him above ordinary concerns also separated him from normal human relationships and experiences. The constant need for security precautions meant that spontaneous activities or unplanned social interactions were impossible, creating a gilded cage that confined him despite his apparent freedom and authority. The decision making processes that governed the organization during this peak period reflected Joaquin's evolution from hands on operational manager to strategic leader who focused primarily on major policy decisions and relationship management. Daily operational decisions were typically delegated to trusted lieutenants who had demonstrated competence and loyalty over years of service, while Joaquin concentrated on issues that required his personal attention, such as negotiations with Colombian suppliers, resolution of conflicts with rival organizations, and management of relationships with key government officials. This delegation was essential for managing an organization of such scope and complexity, but it also created information gaps and control challenges that would become increasingly problematic as external pressures intensified. The intelligence networks that supported the organization's operations during this period were remarkable in their sophistication and effectiveness. The organization maintained sources within various Mexican government agencies, law enforcement organizations, and military units that provided advance warning of planned operations and policy changes that might affect cartel activities. These intelligence capabilities extended into the United States and other countries where the organization maintained significant operations, providing a comprehensive picture of law enforcement activities and competitive threats that enabled proactive responses to emerging challenges. The territorial control that the organization exercised during this peak period extended far beyond the traditional boundaries of criminal influence, encompassing entire regions where the cartel's authority was more significant than that of official government institutions. In parts of Sinaloa, Sonora, and other states where the organization had deep roots, local populations often looked to cartel leadership for resolution of disputes, provision of security, and even basic social services that government agencies were unable or unwilling to provide. This quasi governmental role created both opportunities and obligations that required careful management to avoid attracting unwanted attention from federal authorities or international observers. The technological capabilities that supported the organization's operations during this period included sophisticated communication systems, transportation equipment, and surveillance technologies that rivaled those available to government agencies. The organization invested heavily in encrypted communication networks that could coordinate activities across vast geographic areas while remaining resistant to monitoring by law enforcement agencies. The transportation assets included everything from high-speed boats designed for maritime smuggling to modified aircraft capable of carrying large cargo loads across international boundaries without filing flight plans or adhering to conventional air traffic control procedures. The relationships with other criminal organizations during this peak period were characterized by a complex mixture of cooperation and competition that reflected the mature strategic thinking that had become Joaquin's trademark. Rather than seeking to eliminate all competitors through violence, his approach emphasized creating mutually beneficial arrangements that could reduce conflict while maximizing profits for all participants. These relationships required constant attention and occasional renegotiation as circumstances changed and new opportunities or challenges emerged. The cultural impact of the organization's success during this period extended far beyond the immediate criminal environment, influencing popular music, fashion, and social attitudes throughout Mexico and other countries where the organization maintained significant operations. The narco corrido musical genre celebrated the exploits of successful drug traffickers, while luxury goods associated with cartel lifestyle became status symbols among young people who admired the wealth and power that criminal success could provide. This cultural influence created both opportunities for recruitment and public relations challenges as government authorities and international observers criticized the glamorization of criminal activities. The international attention that focused on Joaquin and his organization during this peak period reflected both his remarkable success and the growing concern among law enforcement agencies about the threat that sophisticated criminal organizations pose to legitimate institutions and social stability. The United States government placed a $5 million bounty on his capture, while international law enforcement agencies coordinated unprecedented efforts to gather intelligence about his organization's activities and leadership structure. This attention was both a source of pride, as it confirmed his status as one of the world's most successful criminals, and a growing source of pressure that would eventually contribute to significant challenges for his continued operations. By 2008, Joaquin Guzman had achieved a level of power and influence that placed him among the most significant criminal figures in world history, commanding an organization that generated more revenue than many legitimate corporations while exercising territorial control that rivaled that of government institutions in some regions. However, this extraordinary success had also created the conditions for equally extraordinary challenges that would soon test every aspect of the organizational capabilities and personal qualities that had carried him to such remarkable heights. The Emperor of the Underground stood at the pinnacle of his power, but the view from the summit revealed storm clouds gathering on every horizon. The quiet moments between midnight and dawn often found Joaquin Guzman standing alone in the darkness of one of his many safe houses, staring through bulletproof windows at landscapes that had become both familiar and foreign to him over the decades of his extraordinary criminal career. In these solitary hours, when the urgent demands of managing a global criminal empire temporarily receded, the true cost of his choices became most apparent through the profound isolation that surrounded him like an invisible prison. The wealth that could purchase almost anything, the power that could bend governments to his will, and the respect that commanded loyalty from thousands of followers could not restore the simple human connections that had been sacrificed on the altar of criminal ambition. The relationships with his children represented perhaps the most poignant example of how criminal success had extracted a price that no amount of money could fully compensate. His sons and daughters grew up knowing their father primarily as a shadowy figure who appeared sporadically in their lives, always surrounded by bodyguards and constrained by security considerations that made normal parent-child interactions nearly impossible. Birthday parties became elaborate security operations. School events required advance reconnaissance and contingency planning, and even simple activities like going to a restaurant or movie theater involved risks that most parents never needed to consider. The children learned early to live under assumed names, with carefully constructed cover stories to explain their family circumstances to classmates and teachers who might ask uncomfortable questions about their father's profession or the unusual security arrangements that governed their innate daily lives. The psychological burden of maintaining these deceptions from childhood created emotional distances and trust issues that would affect their relationships throughout their lives. They attended expensive private schools and received the best education that money could provide, yet they remained fundamentally isolated from their peers by secrets that could never be shared and experiences that could never be fully explained. The mothers of these children faced their own complex challenges as they attempted to balance the advantages that came with being associated with one of Mexico's most powerful criminal figures against the constant dangers and restrictions that such relationships inevitably entailed. Some chose to embrace the luxury lifestyle that Joaquin's wealth could provide, accepting the security limitations and social isolation as reasonable prices for financial comfort and social status within certain circles. Others found the constraints unbearable and sought to distance themselves and their children from the criminal world, a decision that often created additional complications and security risks for everyone involved. Emma Coronel Ispuro, who became Joaquin's wife when she was just 18 years old, represented a particularly complex example of how personal relationships intersected with criminal enterprise during this period. Their marriage ceremony in 2007 was conducted with elaborate security precautions in a remote location, attended by guests who included some of Mexico's most notorious criminal figures, alongside local dignitaries who had been carefully selected for their discretion and loyalty. The young bride was entering a world of unprecedented luxury and danger, where every decision would be influenced by security considerations and where normal social relationships would be largely impossible. The daily routine of Emma's life as Joaquin's wife illustrates the golden cage that surrounded family members of major criminal figures during this period. Her movements were constantly monitored by security personnel. Her communications were carefully screened to prevent interception by law enforcement agencies, and her social interactions were limited to individuals who had been thoroughly vetted for potential security risks. Shopping trips required advanced planning and security sweeps. Social gatherings were conducted in carefully controlled environments, and even medical appointments became complex logistical operations that needed to balance healthcare needs against operational security requirements. The psychological toll of living under such extraordinary circumstances affected different family members in different ways, but none escaped entirely unscathed by the constant stress and isolation that characterized life at the center of a major criminal organization. Some adapted by developing psychological defense mechanisms that allowed them to compartmentalize the dangers and focus on the immediate pleasures and advantages that their position provided. Others struggled with depression, anxiety, and substance abuse problems that reflected their difficulty in coping with the fundamental contradictions of their situation. The extended family relationships that had been so important during Joaquin's early criminal career also became increasingly complicated as his success and notoriety created security risks and social pressures that affected everyone connected to him by blood or marriage. Brothers, sisters, cousins, and other relatives found themselves subjects of government, surveillance, and targets for rival criminal organizations who might seek to gain leverage over Joaquin by threatening or harming his family members. These relatives faced difficult choices between maintaining family loyalty and protecting their own safety and that of their immediate family members. The hometown of La Tuna, where Joaquin had grown up in poverty, became transformed by his success into something resembling a company town where his influence pervaded every aspect of daily life. Local residents who had known him as a child now found themselves living in a community where his organization was the primary economic engine, providing employment and financial support that government institutions were unable to match. However, this economic dependence also created a form of social control that limited individual freedom and created pressure for residents to demonstrate loyalty to their most successful native son. The construction projects that Joaquin funded in La Tuna during this period included roads, schools, medical clinics, and recreational facilities that significantly improved living conditions for local residents. These improvements were genuinely appreciated by community members who had long been neglected by government development programs, but they also served strategic purposes by building popular support that made cooperation with law enforcement agencies socially and economically costly for residents who might be tempted to provide information about cartel activities. The transformation of his mother, Consuelo Loera, into something resembling a local celebrity illustrated the complex ways in which criminal success affected family relationships and community dynamics. The woman who had once struggled to feed her children on subsistence farming income now found herself living in comfort and security, but also under constant scrutiny from law enforcement agencies and media organizations seeking information about her famous son. Her public statements needed to be carefully considered for their potential security implications, and her movements were monitored by both protective security personnel and hostile surveillance operations. The health problems that began to affect Joaquin during this period reflected the cumulative stress of decades spent living under extraordinary pressure and constant threat. The irregular sleep patterns, poor diet, and limited exercise opportunities that characterized life as a fugitive leader of a major criminal organization had taken their toll on his physical condition. More significantly, the psychological stress of managing such enormous responsibilities while maintaining constant vigilance against potential threats had created mental and emotional burdens that were becoming increasingly difficult to manage. The medical care that was available to someone in Joaquin's position during this period represented another example of how criminal success created both advantages and limitations that did not exist for ordinary individuals. While his wealth could purchase access to the best medical specialists and most advanced treatments available anywhere in the world, the security requirements associated with his fugitive status made it extremely difficult to obtain such care without creating unacceptable risks. Medical appointments required elaborate security preparations, and the potential for law enforcement surveillance of healthcare facilities made routine medical care a complex operational challenge. The substance abuse issues that affected various family members during this period reflected the psychological pressures and social isolation that characterized their unusual circumstances. Access to high quality drugs and alcohol, combined with the stress of living under constant security restrictions and the moral ambiguity of their situation, created conditions that encouraged escapist behavior and addiction problems. These personal struggles were complicated by the difficulty of seeking professional help for addiction or mental health issues when normal treatment programs were incompatible with security requirements. The educational challenges faced by the children in the family illustrated another dimension of how criminal success created problems that wealth alone could not solve. While private schools and tutors could provide excellent academic instruction, the social isolation and security restrictions that governed their daily lives made it difficult for them to develop normal peer relationships and social skills. The constant need to maintain cover stories and avoid revealing family secrets created additional stress that affected their academic performance and emotional development. The romantic relationships that developed between Joaquin and various women during this period were inevitably complicated by the security considerations and legal risks that surrounded anyone who became closely associated with him. Women who entered into relationships with him were accepting not only the benefits that came with being connected to such a powerful figure, but also the dangers and restrictions that such connections entailed. These relationships were conducted under constant surveillance, both protective and hostile, and were subject to pressures and influences that made normal romantic development extremely difficult. The impact of constant surveillance and security measures on daily life created a form of psychological imprisonment that was particularly difficult for family members who had not chosen the criminal lifestyle but were nevertheless constrained by its requirements. Simple activities like going to a grocery store, attending a religious service, or visiting friends became complex operations that required advanced planning and security assessments. The spontaneity and freedom that most people take for granted in their daily lives were luxuries that family members of major criminal figures could rarely enjoy. The legal vulnerabilities that affected family members created additional sources of stress and isolation as government authorities increasingly focused on prosecuting not only criminal leaders themselves, but also family members who might be involved in money laundering, communication activities, or other support functions. The possibility that wives, children, or other relatives might face criminal charges for their associations or activities created constant anxiety and influenced every decision about how to structure family relationships and financial arrangements. The social ostracism that affected family members in certain contexts reflected the complex and contradictory attitudes that Mexican society held toward successful criminal figures during this period. While some segments of society admired the wealth and power that criminal success could provide, others viewed association with criminal organizations as morally unacceptable and socially undesirable. Family members often found themselves excluded from certain social circles and professional opportunities because of their connections to criminal activities. By 2009, the personal costs of Joaquin's extraordinary criminal success had become as significant as the material benefits, creating a complex legacy that would affect multiple generations of family members long after his own criminal career had ended. The isolation, stress, and moral ambiguity that characterized life at the center of a major criminal organization had extracted prices that no amount of wealth or power could fully compensate. The boy who had begun his criminal career to support his abandoned family had created circumstances that would burden his own family with challenges and dangers that might persist for decades to come, demonstrating the ultimate irony that success in the criminal world often destroyed the very relationships and values that had originally motivated the pursuit of that success. The desert wind swept across the Rio Grande Valley in 2008, carrying with it the dust of ancient riverbeds and the promise of violence that would soon transform the border city of Ciudad Juarez into one of the most dangerous places on earth. This sprawling industrial metropolis of over 1 million inhabitants separated from El Paso, Texas, by nothing more than a shallow river and an international boundary, had long served as a crucial gateway for both legitimate commerce and illegal trafficking between Mexico and the United States. The city's strategic importance had made it prosperous, but that same significance would soon make it the epicenter of the most brutal territorial conflict in Joaquin Guzman's criminal career, a war that would demonstrate both the ultimate reach of his ambitions and the terrible human cost of unbridled criminal competition. The roots of what would become known as the Juarez War extended back to the complex web of alliances and territories that had emerged from the fragmentation of Miguel Ángel Félix Gallardo's original trafficking federation during the workaday 1990s. Ciudad Juarez had traditionally been controlled by the Carrillo Fuentes organization, led by Vicente Carrillo Fuentes, following the death of his brother Amado in 1997. The Juarez cartel, as it came to be known, had built its power around controlling the crucial border crossing that connected the Mexican industrial city to the American Southwest, developing sophisticated smuggling networks that moved billions of dollars worth of drugs annually into the United States market. For years, the relationship between Joaquin's Sinaloa organization and the Juarez cartel had been characterized by the kind of pragmatic cooperation that marked mature criminal enterprises focused on maximizing profits rather than engaging in a Juarez cartel. Destructive territorial conflicts. Both organizations understood that the enormous American demand for illegal drugs created opportunities that were large enough to support multiple trafficking groups, provided that territories and responsibilities could be clearly defined and respected. The Juarez cartel controlled the border crossing and local distribution networks, while the Sinaloa organization provided transportation services and access to Colombian cocaine supplies, creating a division of labor that benefited all participants. However, the dynamics that had maintained this cooperative balance began to shift during the mid-2000s as Joaquin's organization grew in power and ambition while simultaneously facing increased pressure from Mexican government. Anti-drug operations that were disrupting traditional trafficking routes and forcing criminal organizations to compete more intensively for access to remaining smuggling corridors. The election of President Felipe Calderón in 2006 had brought a new level of government commitment to combating organized crime, with military operations targeting major cartel leaders and infrastructure throughout Mexico. The immediate catalyst for the breakdown in relations between the Sinaloa and Juarez organizations occurred in 2008, when a series of disputes over trafficking fees, territorial boundaries, and operational procedures escalated into direct confrontations that made continued cooperation impossible. The specific incidents that triggered the conflict were relatively minor in themselves, involving disagreements over payment schedules and access rights that could normally have been resolved through negotiation and compromise. However, the broader context of increased government pressure and competitive intensity had created conditions where minor disputes could rapidly escalate into major conflicts. Vicente Carrillo Fuentes, who had inherited leadership of the Juarez organization from his deceased brother, possessed a very different leadership style and strategic philosophy than Joaquin Guzman. Where Joaquin emphasized careful planning, diplomatic relationship building, and strategic patience, Vicente was more inclined toward direct confrontation and immediate responses to perceived challenges to his authority. These different approaches to criminal leadership had coexisted successfully when both organizations were focused primarily on their own territories, but they became sources of serious conflict when competitive pressures forced the two groups into more direct competition for limited resources and opportunities. The decision by Joaquin's organization to challenge the Juarez cartel's traditional control over Ciudad Juarez represented one of the most significant strategic gambles of his entire criminal career. The border city was perhaps the most valuable single trafficking corridor in North America, generating revenues that could justify enormous investments in personnel, equipment, and corruption networks. However, attempting to seize control of such a strategically important location from an established criminal organization would inevitably result in a prolonged and costly conflict that would attract unwanted attention from both Mexican and American law enforcement agencies. The initial phase of the Juarez War began with relatively subtle attempts by Sinaloa operatives to establish independent operations within the city, bypassing the traditional arrangements that had required paying fees to the Juarez organization for access to border crossing facilities and local distribution networks. These early incursions were conducted with the kind of careful operational security that had become characteristic of Joaquin's mature criminal methodology, using local recruits and legitimate business fronts to minimize the visibility of Sinaloa activities within Juarez territory. The response from the Juarez organization to these early Sinaloa incursions was swift and violent, reflecting Vicente Carrillo Fuentes's preference for direct confrontation over negotiated solutions to territorial disputes. Sinaloa operatives and local recruits who had been identified as working with the rival organization were targeted for elimination, while Juarez forces launched attacks on legitimate businesses and safe houses that were suspected of providing support for Sinaloa operations. These retaliatory measures were designed to demonstrate that challenging Juarez control over the city would result in consequences severe enough to deter continued Sinaloa expansion efforts. However, rather than discouraging further Sinaloa activities, the violent response from the Juarez organization seemed to confirm Joaquin's assessment that the traditional cooperative relationship was no longer sustainable and that direct competition for control of the city was inevitable. The escalation that followed reflected both organizations' understanding that the stakes involved in controlling Ciudad Juarez were high enough to justify almost any level of violence and resource expenditure necessary to achieve victory. The recruitment of local gangs and street level criminal organizations became a crucial component of the conflict as both cartels sought to build the kind of territorial control and intelligence networks that were necessary for sustained urban warfare. Ciudad Juarez had a long history of youth gangs and neighborhood criminal groups that were involved in various forms of illegal activity, ranging from drug retail sales to vehicle theft and extortion. These local organizations possessed detailed knowledge of city geography, established relationships with residents who could provide information and support, and most importantly, large numbers of young men who were willing to engage in violent activities for relatively modest financial compensation. The transformation of these local gangs from relatively small-scale criminal enterprises into armed auxiliaries for major trafficking organizations represented a significant escalation in both the scope and intensity of criminal violence in Ciudad Juarez. Gang members who had previously been involved primarily in petty crimes and neighborhood disputes found themselves equipped with high powered weapons and tasked with carrying out assassinations, kidnappings, and territorial control operations that affected the entire city. The recruitment process often involved offering financial incentives that far exceeded any legitimate employment opportunities available to young men in the economically disadvantaged neighborhoods where these gangs operated. The daily life of ordinary residents in Ciudad Juarez became increasingly constrained and dangerous as the territorial conflict expanded throughout the city during 2009 and 2010. Neighborhoods that had previously been relatively safe became battlegrounds where armed groups fought for control, while businesses were forced to choose sides or face extortion and violence from whichever organization gained temporary control over their area. Schools, hospitals, and other public institutions found their operations disrupted by violence and threats, while law enforcement agencies struggled to maintain basic public order in the face of criminal organizations that possessed superior firepower and intelligence capabilities. The Mexican military intervention in Ciudad Juarez during this period represented an attempt by federal authorities to restore government control over a city that had essentially become a war zone where criminal organizations were exercising more authority than legitimate institutions. Thousands of soldiers and federal police officers were deployed to the city with orders to suppress criminal violence and reestablish the rule of law, but their presence often seemed to intensify rather than reduce the level of conflict, as criminal organizations adapted their tactics to account for increased government pressure. The three-way conflict that emerged between Sinaloa forces, Juarez cartel operatives, and government security forces created a complex and chaotic situation where alliances shifted constantly and violence became increasingly unpredictable and widespread. Government forces would sometimes cooperate with one criminal organization against another, while criminal groups would occasionally unite to resist military operations before returning to their own territorial conflicts. The civilian population found itself caught in the middle of this complex conflict, with residents unable to predict which areas of the city would be safe on any given day. The international attention that focused on Ciudad Juarez during the peak years of the conflict reflected both the unprecedented level of violence and the strategic importance of the border region for American security interests. The city's murder rate reached levels that exceeded those of war zones in other parts of the world, with more than 3,000 homicides recorded in 2010 alone. American law enforcement agencies and military planners began treating the situation in Ciudad Juarez as a potential threat to United States national security, leading to increased cooperation between American and Mexican authorities in combating the criminal organizations that were responsible for the violence. The economic impact of the prolonged conflict extended far beyond the immediate costs of violence and security measures, affecting legitimate businesses and employment opportunities throughout the border region. International companies that had invested in manufacturing facilities in Ciudad Juarez because of its strategic location and relatively low labor costs found their operations disrupted by violence and extortion demands from criminal organizations. Some companies relocated their facilities to other regions of Mexico or other countries entirely, reducing employment opportunities and tax revenues that the city desperately needed for economic development and social programs. The psychological trauma inflicted on the residents of Ciudad Juarez during this period created social problems that would persist long after the immediate conflict had subsided. Children who grew up during the war years were exposed to levels of violence and social disruption that affected their educational development and psychological well being in ways that would influence their life prospects for decades. Families were separated by violence and displacement, while community institutions that had provided social stability and support were weakened or destroyed by the prolonged conflict. The role of corruption in enabling and perpetuating the conflict illustrated the complex relationships between criminal organizations and government institutions that had developed over decades of inadequate law enforcement and weak governance. Police officers, military commanders, and government officials who had been compromised by criminal organizations found themselves unable or unwilling to take effective action against the violence, while those officials who attempted to resist criminal pressure faced threats and attacks that often proved fatal. The result was a breakdown of legitimate authority that allowed criminal organizations to operate with relative impunity, while ordinary citizens had no reliable source of protection or justice. The impact of social media and modern communications technology on the conduct of the conflict represented a new dimension of criminal warfare that had not existed during earlier periods of cartel violence. Criminal organizations used internet forums, text messaging, and video recordings to spread propaganda, intimidate rivals, and communicate with supporters and enemies alike. These new technologies allowed for more sophisticated coordination of violent activities while also creating opportunities for law enforcement agencies to gather intelligence about criminal organizations and their activities. By 2011, the intensity of the Juarez conflict had begun to diminish as both criminal organizations and government authorities recognized that the costs of continued warfare were exceeding any possible benefits that victory might provide. The Sinaloa organization had demonstrated its ability to challenge established territorial arrangements and maintain operations in contested areas, while the Juarez cartel had shown that it could not be easily displaced from its traditional stronghold, despite facing a more powerful and better organized rival. The Mexican government had committed substantial resources to restoring order in the city, but the results had been mixed at best. The lessons learned during the Juarez War would prove crucial for understanding the dynamics of criminal conflict in the modern era, demonstrating both the potential for criminal organizations to engage in sustained territorial warfare and the devastating consequences that such conflicts could have for civilian populations and legitimate institutions. For Joaquin Guzman personally, the conflict had shown that even his sophisticated and powerful organization had limitations when confronting entrenched rivals in their home territories, setting the stage for the more cautious and strategic approach that would characterize his later criminal activities as external pressures continued to intensify. The television screens in government offices across Mexico City flickered with images of violence and chaos as 2009 dawned with an unprecedented level of official attention focused on the criminal organizations that had grown powerful enough to challenge the authority of the state itself. President Felipe Calderón, in his declaration of war against the drug cartels, had transformed what had once been viewed as a law enforcement problem into a matter of national security, with military forces deployed across the country in operations designed to capture or eliminate the leadership of major trafficking organizations. For Joaquin Guzman, who had spent decades building his criminal empire while maintaining a relatively low public profile, this new era of aggressive government action would bring unwanted fame and constant danger that would fundamentally alter every aspect of his daily existence. The transformation of Joaquin from successful but anonymous criminal entrepreneur into Mexico's most wanted fugitive occurred gradually but inexorably as government forces achieved tactical successes against other major cartel leaders throughout the country. The capture of key figures from rival organizations had the unintended consequence of consolidating attention on those leaders who remained at large, creating a hierarchy of government priorities that placed increasing pressure on the most successful and elusive criminal figures. As other cartel leaders fell to government operations or internal conflicts, Joaquin's continued freedom and operational success made him an increasingly prominent target for law enforcement efforts. The Forbes magazine listing that included Joaquin among the world's most powerful people in 2009 represented a watershed moment in his transition from criminal operator to international celebrity fugitive. The inclusion of a Mexican drug trafficker alongside legitimate business leaders and government officials on such a prestigious list generated enormous media attention while simultaneously confirming his status as one of the most influential figures in global organized crime. The estimated net worth of $1 billion that accompanied his Forbes listing made him not only infamous, but also demonstrated the extraordinary financial success that his criminal organization had achieved. The psychological impact of this sudden international notoriety was profound and complex for someone who had spent his entire career working to remain invisible to government authorities and public attention. The fame brought a certain satisfaction as recognition of his remarkable achievements in building a criminal empire from humble mountain village origins, but it also created operational challenges and security risks that threatened everything he had worked to accomplish. The constant media attention made it virtually impossible to maintain the anonymity that had been crucial to his survival and success for decades. The $5 million bounty that the United States government placed on Joaquin's capture in 2009 represented both an acknowledgement of his significance and a practical threat that would complicate every aspect of his ongoing operations. The enormous reward created incentives for betrayal that extended far beyond the traditional law enforcement agencies that had been pursuing him, potentially turning every business associate, government contact, and family member into a potential source of information that could lead to his capture. The bounty also attracted the attention of bounty hunters, private security contractors, and other individuals who might attempt to locate and capture him for financial reward. The media portrayal of Joaquin during this period created a complex public image that combined elements of fear, admiration, and fascination that reflected the ambivalent attitudes that Mexican society held toward its most successful criminal figures. Television news programs and newspaper articles described him as both a ruthless criminal responsible for thousands of deaths and a folk hero who had escaped poverty through intelligence and determination. This contradictory public image was further complicated by the charitable activities and community development projects that his organization had funded in impoverished regions of Sinaloa, creating genuinely positive associations alongside the negative coverage of criminal activities. The international law enforcement cooperation that intensified during this period represented a significant escalation in the resources and expertise that were being deployed against Joaquin's organization. The Drug Enforcement Administration, Federal Bureau of Investigation, and other American agencies were working more closely than ever before with their Mexican counterparts, sharing intelligence, technology, and operational support in ways that had not been available during earlier phases of his criminal career. This international cooperation created multiple layers of surveillance and investigation that made traditional security measures less effective and required constant adaptation of operational methods. The capture of other major cartel leaders during this period provided law enforcement agencies with unprecedented intelligence about the structure and operations of Mexican criminal organizations, information that was immediately applied to efforts aimed at locating and apprehending Joaquin. Former allies and associates who were arrested or who chose to cooperate with government authorities provided detailed information about his organizational methods, personal habits, and security procedures that had previously been closely guarded secrets. This intelligence windfall gave government forces significant advantages in their pursuit, while simultaneously demonstrating the vulnerability that came with operating large and complex criminal organizations. The technological advances in surveillance and communications monitoring that were being deployed against him during this period represented a quantum leap in law enforcement capabilities compared to the methods that had been available. During the early phases of his career, satellite imagery, cellular telephone monitoring, financial transaction tracking, and other sophisticated investigative techniques were being used to create detailed pictures of his movements and activities that would have been impossible to develop using traditional investigative methods. These new technologies required corresponding advances in operational security measures that were costly and complicated to implement. The pressure on corrupt government officials who had been protecting cartel operations intensified dramatically as international scrutiny made continued cooperation with criminal organizations increasingly risky for their careers and personal safety. Officials who had been reliable sources of information and protection for years suddenly found themselves unable or unwilling to continue providing assistance as the potential consequences of discovery became more severe. The erosion of these corruption networks created operational challenges that required constant adaptation and the development of new sources of government protection and intelligence. The impact of social media and modern communications technology on Joaquin's public image during this period created both opportunities and risks that had not existed during earlier phases of his career. While traditional media coverage was largely beyond his control, social media platforms provided opportunities for supporters to create and distribute content that portrayed him in favorable terms. Countering negative government and media narratives with alternative perspectives that emphasized his charitable activities and folk hero status in certain communities. The narco corrido musical genre that celebrated the exploits of successful drug traffickers reached new levels of popularity during this period, with songs specifically dedicated to Joaquin's achievements and legendary status within criminal culture. These musical tributes served both as sources of popular support and as security risks, as they often contained details about his activities and associates that could potentially be useful to law enforcement agencies. The cultural impact of these songs extended far beyond entertainment, influencing fashion trends, social attitudes, and career aspirations among young people in regions where legitimate economic opportunities remained limited. The stress of living under constant threat of capture began to affect Joaquin's health and decision-making capabilities in ways that became increasingly apparent to close associates and family members during this period. The irregular sleep patterns, limited exercise opportunities, and constant psychological pressure that characterized life as Mexico's most wanted fugitive were taking their toll on his physical and mental condition. The need for constant vigilance and the inability to maintain normal social relationships created isolation and paranoia that affected his judgment and leadership effectiveness. The security measures that were necessary to maintain his freedom during this period of intense government pressure required enormous financial expenditures and logistical complications that reduced the efficiency and profitability of criminal operations. Safe houses needed to be changed frequently, communications equipment required constant updating and replacement, and transportation arrangements became increasingly complex and expensive as government surveillance capabilities improved. The costs of maintaining security often exceeded the profits from specific trafficking operations, creating financial pressures that had not existed during earlier periods of less intense government attention. The impact on family members during this period of heightened law enforcement attention was particularly severe, as wives, children, and extended family became targets for government investigation and potential prosecution. The security measures that were necessary to protect family members from both government action and rival criminal organizations created additional complications and expenses while also limiting their ability to maintain normal personal complication and also personal complication and professional relationships. The geographical limitations that intense government pressure imposed on Joaquin's movements during this period represented a significant constraint on his ability to personally manage the various aspects of his criminal organization. The need to remain in secure locations with reliable escape routes and loyal local populations meant that he was increasingly confined to remote areas of Sinaloa, where government forces faced significant challenges in conducting operations. This geographical isolation made direct management of international operations more difficult and increased his dependence on subordinates whose loyalty and competence were not always guaranteed. The psychological warfare aspects of the government campaign against him during this period included deliberate efforts to undermine his reputation and credibility within criminal circles while encouraging defections from his organization. Through amnesty programs and witness protection offers, government officials made public statements designed to portray him as increasingly desperate and isolated, while simultaneously offering generous terms to associates who were willing to provide information or testimony that could lead to his capture. These psychological operations were designed to create doubt and uncertainty within his organization, while making continued loyalty to his leadership seem increasingly risky and unrewarding. The international diplomatic pressure that the United States government applied to Mexican authorities regarding Joaquin's continued freedom created additional complications for the corruption networks that had traditionally provided protection for major criminal organizations. American officials made it clear that continued cooperation in trade, security, and other areas would be affected by Mexico's success in capturing high-profile criminal figures, creating incentives for Mexican authorities to intensify their pursuit, regardless of the potential domestic, political, and security consequences. The evolution of his public persona during this period reflected the complex dynamics of fame, fear, and fascination that surrounded major criminal figures in modern media culture. Magazine articles, television documentaries, and books about his life and criminal career proliferated as public interest in his story grew, creating a mythology that often bore little resemblance to the actual circumstances of his daily existence. This media attention created both security risks and opportunities for influence operations, as different parties sought to shape public perceptions of his activities and significance. By 2012, Joaquin Guzman had become perhaps the most famous criminal figure in the world, a status that brought recognition of his remarkable achievements, while also creating unprecedented challenges for his continued survival and operational effectiveness. The transformation from anonymous mountain village criminal to international celebrity fugitive represented both the ultimate success and the beginning of the end for a career that had redefined the possibilities and limitations of organized crime in the modern era. The heat had intensified to levels that would prove ultimately unsustainable, setting the stage for the final dramatic chapters of his extraordinary criminal career. The shadows seemed to lengthen and multiply in the safe houses where Joaquin Guzman spent his days during 2012, as if the darkness itself was closing in around a man who had once commanded an empire with confidence and certainty. The walls that had once represented security now felt more like the boundaries of an increasingly small prison, while every footstep in the corridor outside and every unexpected telephone call carried the potential for betrayal that would end decades of criminal success in a matter of moments. The paranoia that had always been a necessary survival tool for someone in his position had evolved into something more consuming and destructive, a constant state of hypervigilance that made trust impossible and transformed even the most loyal associates into potential threats. The psychological transformation that occurred during this period reflected the cumulative stress of living under unprecedented law enforcement pressure while simultaneously managing a criminal organization that had grown too large and complex for any single individual to control completely. The days when Joaquin could personally supervise all major operations and maintain direct relationships with key personnel had long since passed, replaced by a hierarchical structure that required him to depend on subordinates whose loyalty and competence he could never fully verify. Every delegation of authority created opportunities for betrayal, while every attempt to maintain direct control exposed him to additional security risks. The communication challenges that had begun to dominate daily operations during this period illustrated the impossible balance between security needs and organizational efficiency that characterized life at the top of a major criminal organization under intense government pressure. The sophisticated encryption systems and elaborate security protocols that were necessary to protect sensitive communications made routine business discussions cumbersome and time consuming, while the constant need to change communication methods and equipment created confusion and delays that affected operational effectiveness throughout the organization. The first major betrayal that shattered Joaquin's confidence in his inner circle occurred when a trusted lieutenant who had been with the organization for over a decade was arrested and chose to cooperate with government authorities rather than face decades in prison. This individual possessed detailed knowledge of operational procedures, financial arrangements, and personal security measures that had been carefully guarded for years, information that immediately became available to law enforcement agencies that were intensifying their pursuit. The psychological impact of this betrayal was devastating, as it demonstrated that even the closest associates could not be trusted when faced with their own survival pressures. The interrogation, transcripts, and court testimony that emerged from this cooperation provided a detailed picture of how sophisticated criminal organizations operated at the highest levels, revealing methods and relationships that had previously been unknown to government investigators. The information included details about safe house locations, communication procedures, money laundering techniques, and corruption networks that law enforcement agencies immediately used to intensify their pursuit of remaining organizational leadership. More importantly, from Joaquin's perspective, the cooperation demonstrated that the loyalty he had assumed was absolute could evaporate instantly when individuals faced serious legal consequences for their criminal activities. The arrest of family members during this period created additional sources of stress and uncertainty that affected every aspect of Joaquin's decision making process. When government authorities detained relatives who had been involved in various support activities for the organization, the psychological pressure became almost unbearable as he was forced to choose between his own security and his family's welfare. The traditional Mexican cultural values that emphasized family loyalty and mutual support conflicted directly with the survival instincts that had kept him free for decades, creating internal tensions that influenced his judgment and strategic thinking. The financial pressures that intensified during this period reflected the enormous costs associated with maintaining security while simultaneously dealing with reduced operational efficiency and increased legal expenses for captured associates and family members. The organization was spending millions of dollars monthly on security measures, safe house maintenance, communication equipment, legal fees, and payments to family members of imprisoned personnel, expenses that reduced profitability while providing no direct contribution to revenue generation. These financial pressures created additional incentives for subordinates to consider cooperation with government authorities as a way to secure their own economic futures. The technological surveillance capabilities that government forces were deploying against the organization during this period represented a quantum leap beyond anything that Joaquin had faced during earlier phases of his career. Satellite tracking, cellular phone monitoring, financial transaction analysis, and other sophisticated investigative techniques were being used to create detailed pictures of organizational activities that were extremely difficult to counter using traditional security measures. The realization that government agencies might be monitoring communications and movements in real time created a level of paranoia that made normal organizational management virtually impossible. The defection of key operational personnel to rival criminal organizations added another dimension to the trust breakdown that was affecting the organization during this period. Some associates who had become convinced that Joaquin's capture was inevitable chose to align themselves with competing cartels rather than face the uncertainty and danger associated with remaining loyal to a leader who might not be able to protect them much longer. These defections were particularly damaging because they provided rival organizations with detailed intelligence about Sinaloa operations while simultaneously weakening the organizational capabilities that were necessary for continued effectiveness. The psychological profile of Joaquin that emerges from this period shows a man struggling to maintain control over circumstances that were increasingly beyond his influence, while simultaneously dealing with the isolation and stress that came with being Mexico's most wanted fugitive. Former associates who later testified about their interactions with him during this time described someone who had become increasingly suspicious and unpredictable, prone to sudden changes in plans and locations that reflected his growing concern about potential security breaches and betrayals. The safe house security measures that were implemented during this period revealed the extent to which normal life had become impossible for someone in Wakien's position. Each residence was equipped with multiple escape routes, underground tunnels, sophisticated alarm systems, and heavily armed security personnel who maintained constant vigilance against potential raids or attacks. The daily routine included frequent security sweeps, encrypted communication checks, and elaborate procedures for any movement between locations, creating a lifestyle that resembled military operations more than normal civilian existence. The impact of constant stress and irregular living conditions on Joaquin's physical health became increasingly apparent during this period, as the combination of poor diet, limited exercise, disrupted sleep patterns, and chronic anxiety took their toll on his overall well being. Associates noted that he appeared older and more tired than his actual age would suggest, while his decision making seemed to reflect the kind of mental fatigue that comes from maintaining hypervigilance over extended periods. These physical and mental changes affected his leadership effectiveness while also creating additional security concerns about his ability to respond quickly to emergency situations. The internal power struggles that began to emerge within the organization during this period reflected the uncertainty and instability that characterized leadership under such intense external pressure. Lieutenant level commanders began positioning themselves for potential succession scenarios while simultaneously hedging their bets by establishing independent relationships with suppliers, distributors, and government contacts that could provide security if the organizational structure collapsed. These internal dynamics created additional sources of mistrust and conflict that weakened overall organizational cohesion. The relationship with his wife Emma during this period illustrated the personal costs of living under such extraordinary circumstances, as the young woman who had married one of Mexico's most powerful criminal figures found herself essentially imprisoned by the security requirements that governed every aspect of their daily existence. The constant movement between safe houses, the inability to maintain normal social relationships, and the perpetual fear of government raids or rival attacks created psychological pressures that affected both partners in ways that made normal marital relationships extremely difficult to maintain. The birth of twin daughters to Emma in 2011 had added another dimension to the security challenges that dominated this period, as Joaquin now had to consider the safety and welfare of infant children who were completely dependent on adults for protection, while simultaneously being high-value targets for anyone seeking leverage against him. The simple activities associated with childcare, such as medical appointments and routine shopping for baby supplies, became complex security operations that required extensive planning and multiple layers of protection. The communication with adult children from previous relationships became increasingly difficult and dangerous during this period, as government surveillance of family members made contact risky for everyone involved. The desire to maintain relationships with sons and daughters who were living under their own security restrictions conflicted with the need to minimize communication patterns that could be monitored and analyzed by law enforcement agencies. These family pressures created additional emotional stress that affected Joaquin's psychological state and decision-making capabilities. The assassination attempts that occurred with increasing frequency during this period demonstrated that the threats he faced extended beyond government law enforcement to include rival criminal organizations and independent operators who NET might seek to claim the substantial bounty that had been placed on his capture. The near-miss incidents that occurred when government forces came close to locating and capturing him, created a cycle of security modifications and operational disruptions that made normal organizational management increasingly difficult. Each close call required immediate relocation to new safe houses, replacement of communication equipment that might have been compromised, and modification of contact procedures with subordinates and business partners. The cumulative effect of these constant changes was to create an environment where long term planning became virtually impossible, while short term survival consumed most available resources and attention. The media attention that continued to focus on his activities during this period created additional security challenges while also providing opportunities for psychological warfare against government authorities and rival organizations. However, the same media attention also provided law enforcement agencies with information about his activities and associates that could be useful for operational planning. The corruption networks that had provided protection for decades began to deteriorate during this period as government officials found themselves unable to continue providing assistance without risking their own careers and freedom. The international attention focused on Mexican anti-drug efforts made continued cooperation with criminal organizations increasingly dangerous for government personnel, while the sophisticated surveillance capabilities that were being deployed made traditional corruption arrangements more vulnerable to detection and prosecution. By 2014, the accumulated pressures of betrayal, paranoia, and constant threat had transformed Joaquin from a confident criminal leader into a hunted fugitive whose options for maintaining freedom were rapidly diminishing. The trust that had been essential for building and managing such a large criminal organization had been systematically destroyed by the realities of life under intense government pressure, leaving him increasingly isolated and vulnerable to the capture that now seemed inevitable. The breakdown of trust that had occurred during this crucial period would prove to be the decisive factor in ending one of the most remarkable criminal careers in modern history. The Pacific waves lapped gently against the golden beaches of Mazatlan on the morning of February 22nd, 2014, their rhythmic sound creating a peaceful backdrop that seemed entirely disconnected from the momentous events that were about to unfold in this resort city on Mexico's western coast. The tourist destination, known for its colonial architecture and vibrant nightlife, had attracted visitors for decades who came seeking relaxation and escape from the pressures of ordinary life. On this particular morning, however, the city would become the setting for the end of one of the most extraordinary criminal careers in modern history, as the convergence of advanced intelligence gathering, patient investigation, and perhaps simple exhaustion finally brought Joaquin Guzman's decades of freedom to a quiet and anticlimactic conclusion. The safe house where Joaquin had been staying for several days was located in a middle-class neighborhood that reflected the kind of anonymity he had learned to value above luxury during his final years as a fugitive. The modest two-story residence, painted in the faded yellow that characterized much of Mazatlan's residential architecture, blended seamlessly with its surroundings in a way that had once made such locations perfect for avoiding unwanted attention. The house featured the underground tunnel and multiple escape routes that had become standard security features for any location where he might spend more than a few hours, reflecting the paranoia and careful planning that had kept him free for so many years. The intelligence breakthrough that led Mexican authorities to this particular location had come from a combination of traditional investigative techniques and modern surveillance technology that demonstrated how dramatically law enforcement capabilities had evolved during the previous decade. The Drug Enforcement Administration and Mexican federal authorities had been patiently tracking communication patterns, financial transactions, and movement data for months, slowly building a comprehensive picture of the security arrangements and operational procedures that governed Joaquin's daily existence. The investigation had required extraordinary patience and coordination between multiple agencies, as any premature action could have resulted in his escape and the loss of intelligence that had taken years to develop. The decision to conduct the operation during the early morning hours reflected careful consideration of tactical factors that would maximize the chances of success while minimizing the risks to both law enforcement personnel and civilian bystanders. Intelligence indicated that Joaquin's security was typically at its lowest level during the pre-dawn hours, when his bodyguards might be less alert and when the residential neighborhood would have minimal civilian activity that could complicate the operation. The timing also provided tactical advantages for government forces, as the darkness would help conceal their approach, while the early hour would reduce the likelihood of organized resistance from local supporters who might attempt to interfere with the arrest. The Mexican Marines who were assigned to conduct the actual arrest operation represented some of the most elite and reliable military personnel available to government authorities, individuals who had been carefully selected for their professionalism, tactical competence, and resistance to corruption. The Marine unit had been briefed extensively about the target's background, security arrangements, and potential escape routes, while also being warned about the possibility that corrupt local officials might attempt to warn him of the impending operation. The operational security surrounding the mission was extraordinary, with information restricted to a very small number of individuals who had been thoroughly vetted for reliability. The approach to the safe house was conducted with the kind of meticulous planning and professional execution that characterized elite military operations around the world. Multiple teams were positioned to cover all potential escape routes, including the underground tunnel system that intelligence had indicated existed beneath the residence. Communications equipment was deployed to prevent any occupants from using cellular phones or radio communications that might alert associates to the operation, while surveillance assets monitored the surrounding area for any signs of organized resistance or attempts to interfere with the arrest. The moments before the actual assault on the building were characterized by the tense quiet that precedes all major military operations, as individual Marines checked their equipment one final time while commanders reviewed contingency plans for various scenarios that might develop once the operation began. The intelligence suggested that Joaquin was likely to be accompanied by several bodyguards who would be armed and potentially willing to engage in firefights to protect their employer, creating the possibility that the arrest could become a violent confrontation that would endanger both law enforcement personnel and civilian residents of the neighborhood. The breach of the safe house occurred at approximately 6:45 in the morning, when Marine units simultaneously entered through multiple entrances, while other teams secured the perimeter and escape routes. The tactical execution was swift and professional, with Marines using flashbang grenades and other non-lethal weapons to disorient occupants while minimizing the risk of civilian casualties or property damage that could complicate the legal proceedings that would follow the permanaching arrest. The entire building was secured within minutes, demonstrating the effectiveness of careful planning and professional execution. The discovery of Joaquin in the master bedroom of the residence marked the end of an international manhunt that had consumed enormous resources and attention from law enforcement agencies around the world. He was found in bed with his wife Emma, apparently having been awakened by the commotion of the raid, but offering no resistance to the Marines who entered the room with weapons drawn. The anticlimactic nature of the actual arrest stood in stark contrast to the dramatic violence and elaborate security measures that had characterized his life for so many years, suggesting perhaps that even he had recognized that his capture had become inevitable. The absence of the dramatic shootout that many observers had expected reflected several factors that had contributed to making his continued freedom increasingly untenable. The breakdown of trust within his organization had reduced the reliability of his security arrangements, while the constant pressure of government pursuit had exhausted both him and his bodyguards in ways that affected their ability to maintain the hypervigilance that had been necessary for survival. The immediate aftermath of the arrest was characterized by careful procedures designed to ensure that the capture would result in successful prosecution rather than another dramatic escape that had characterized his previous encounters with law enforcement. Joaquin was immediately separated from his wife and other occupants of the safe house, searched thoroughly for weapons or communication devices, and placed in restraints that would prevent any attempt to escape during transportation to a secure facility. The Marines who conducted the arrest were fully aware of his previous escapes from high security prisons and took extraordinary precautions to ensure that this capture would not be compromised by inadequate security measures. The perp walk that followed his arrest provided the first visual confirmation for the international media that Mexico's most wanted fugitive had finally been captured after decades of eluding law enforcement. The images of Joaquin being led away in handcuffs, appearing smaller and older than his legendary status might have suggested, were broadcast around the world within hours of the arrest. The photographs showed a man who looked tired and perhaps relieved that the constant pressure of life as a fugitive had finally ended, though his facial expression revealed little about his emotional state or thoughts about the dramatic change in his circumstances. The transportation to Mexico City for initial processing and interrogation was conducted with security measures that reflected both the high-profile nature of the prisoner and the legitimate concerns about potential rescue attempts by his organization or attacks by rival criminal groups who might view his capture as an opportunity to eliminate a competitor. The initial interrogation sessions that followed his arrival in Mexico City provided law enforcement authorities with their first opportunity to question directly the man who had built one of the most sophisticated criminal organizations in world history. The sessions were conducted by experienced investigators who had spent years studying his operations and were prepared to ask detailed questions about organizational structure, operational methods, financial arrangements, and corruption networks that had enabled his remarkable criminal success. However, Joaquin exercised his right to remain silent and provided little information that would be useful for ongoing investigations or prosecutions of his associates. The legal proceedings that began immediately after his arrest demonstrated the complex challenges involved in prosecuting someone whose criminal activities had extended across multiple jurisdictions and involved numerous violations of both one side, Mexican and international law. The charges that were initially filed included drug trafficking, organized crime participation, money laundering, and various violent crimes that had been committed in furtherance of his criminal enterprise. However, The complexity of the evidence and the international scope of his activities meant that building comprehensive cases would require months or years of additional investigation and legal preparation. The extradition request that the United States government filed immediately after his arrest represented perhaps the most significant legal challenge that he would face, as American prosecutors had been building cases against him for years and possessed substantial evidence of his involvement in trafficking drugs into the United States. The extradition process would involve complex legal arguments about jurisdiction, evidence, and procedural requirements that could potentially delay his transfer to American custody for years. However, the Mexican government's willingness to consider extradition reflected the new level of cooperation between the two countries in combating organized crime. The impact of his arrest on the Sinaloa cartel and the broader landscape of Mexican organized crime became apparent within days of his capture, as intelligence agencies monitored communications and activities among criminal organizations to assess how the power vacuum would be filled. The organization that he had built over decades continued to function under the leadership of trusted associates, demonstrating the institutional strength and operational independence that had been developed during years of successful criminal enterprise. However, the arrest also created opportunities for rival organizations and internal competitors who might seek to exploit the leadership transition for their own advantage. The media coverage that surrounded his arrest and initial court appearances reflected the international fascination with a criminal figure who had achieved legendary status through a combination of business acumen, strategic intelligence, and dramatic escapes that had captured public imagination around the world. The family impact of his arrest was particularly severe for his wife Emma and their young twin daughters, who suddenly found themselves at the center of an international media circus while simultaneously facing their own potential legal jeopardy for any support activities they might have provided for his criminal organization. The children, who were too young to understand the significance of their father's arrest, would grow up with the burden of being associated with one of the most notorious criminals in world history, a legacy that would affect their lives in ways that were impossible to predict. The symbolic significance of Joaquin N's capture extended far beyond the immediate law enforcement victory that it represented for Mexican and American authorities. His arrest demonstrated that even the most sophisticated and successful criminal organizations were ultimately vulnerable to determined government action, while also marking the end of an era in which individual criminal leaders could build and maintain international drug trafficking empires through a combination of violence, corruption, and strategic intelligence. As the initial shock of his capture settled into the reality of legal proceedings that would determine his ultimate fate, Joaquin Guzman faced the prospect of spending the remainder of his life in prison as payment for a criminal career that had generated billions of dollars, while also causing immeasurable harm to individuals and communities throughout the prospect. Americas. The mountain village boy who had escaped poverty through intelligence and ambition now confronted the final reckoning for choices that had elevated him to unprecedented heights of criminal success, while ultimately ensuring his inevitable downfall. The fluorescent lights in the ADX Florence Supermax prison cast their harsh glow across concrete corridors where Joaquin Guzman would spend his final years, a stark contrast to the golden sunsets he had once watched from mountain estates and beachfront safe houses during the height of his criminal empire. In this fortress-like facility in Colorado, where America housed its most dangerous criminals, The man who had once commanded an organization worth billions of dollars found himself reduced to the basic routines of prison life, his influence now measured not in territories controlled or officials corrupted, but in the few hours of recreation time allowed each day within a concrete exercise yard. Yet, even as his physical freedom ended, the cultural and criminal impact of his extraordinary life continued to ripple outward through society in ways that would persist long after his story had concluded. The Sinaloa cartel that survived his capture and extradition demonstrated the institutional strength and organizational resilience that he had spent decades building into the criminal enterprise that bore his home state's name. Under the leadership of Ismail Zambada and other longtime associates, the organization continued to operate as one of the world's most powerful drug trafficking networks, adapting to new challenges while maintaining the sophisticated operational methods and corruption networks that had been developed during Joaquin's years of leadership. The seamless transition of power illustrated how modern criminal organizations had evolved beyond dependence on individual personalities to become institutional entities capable of surviving the loss of even their most charismatic and successful leaders. While some observers had hoped that removing such a high profile criminal figure might reduce drug related violence, the reality was that his capture simply created new opportunities for competing organizations to expand their territories and influence. The fragmentation of criminal territories that followed his arrest led to increased conflict as various groups sought to fill the power vacuum, demonstrating that the problem of organized crime extended far beyond any single individual or organization. The trial proceedings that took place in Brooklyn Federal Court during 2018 and 2019 provided the most comprehensive public examination of how modern international drug trafficking organizations operated at the highest levels. Weeks of testimony from former associates, government witnesses, and law enforcement officials painted a detailed picture of the methods and scale of criminal operations that had previously been known only through fragmentary intelligence reports and media speculation. The evidence presented during the trial included recordings of conversations, financial records, and first-hand accounts that revealed the sophistication and brutality that characterized major criminal organizations operating in the 21st century. The life sentence without possibility of parole that was imposed following his conviction represented the final chapter in a criminal career that had lasted for more than 4 decades, but it also marked the beginning of a different kind of legacy that would be defined by cultural impact rather than operational influence. The transformation of Joaquin from active criminal leader to imprisoned legend allowed for a more complex and nuanced assessment of his significance that went beyond the immediate law enforcement and security concerns that had dominated discussions of his activities during his years of active criminal leadership. The Netflix series and Hollywood films that dramatized his life story reflected the continuing public fascination with criminal figures who achieved legendary status through a combination of dramatic success and eventual downfall. These productions, while often taking significant liberties with historical facts for entertainment purposes, introduced his story to global audiences who might never have been aware of the complexities of Mexican organized crime or the socio-economic conditions that had created opportunities for such criminal success. The popular culture representations of his life often emphasized the more glamorous aspects of criminal wealth and power, while minimizing the human cost and social damage that accompanied such activities. The narco corrido musical genre that had celebrated his exploits during his active years evolved into a more complex artistic expression that combined admiration for his achievements with recognition of the tragic consequences that Bradefeld accompanied his criminal career. Musicians continued to write songs about his life, but the lyrics often reflected more sophisticated understanding of the moral ambiguities and social costs associated with drug trafficking success. The musical legacy served both as historical documentation of his cultural significance and as artistic commentary on the broader social conditions that had made such criminal careers possible and attractive to young people in impoverished regions. The academic studies that examined his criminal career and organizational methods provided valuable insights into the evolution of organized crime in an era of globalization and technological advancement. Criminologists, sociologists, and political scientists analyzed various aspects of his success to understand how traditional criminal enterprises had adapted to modern conditions while maintaining the cultural values and relationship networks that had characterized organized crime for centuries. These scholarly examinations contributed to broader discussions about the relationship between economic inequality, weak governance, and criminal opportunity that extended far beyond the specific circumstances of his individual case. The impact on law enforcement practices and international cooperation that resulted from the decades long pursuit of his organization influenced anti drug strategies around the world. The techniques developed for tracking international financial transactions, monitoring encrypted communications, and coordinating operations across multiple jurisdictions became standard practices that were applied to other criminal organizations and security threats. The intelligence gathering capabilities that were developed during the campaign against his organization provided foundations for combating terrorism, cybercrime, and other forms of transnational criminal activity. The failure of the so-called kingpin strategy that focused on capturing and imprisoning high-profile criminal leaders became apparent in the years following his conviction as drug trafficking activities continued at previous levels despite the removal of supposedly irreplaceable leadership figures. The persistence of drug markets and criminal organizations after his imprisonment demonstrated that individual criminal leaders, regardless of their charisma or operational skills, were ultimately products of larger social and economic systems rather than the fundamental causes of criminal activity. This realization led to growing recognition that addressing organized crime required comprehensive approaches that dealt with underlying conditions rather than focusing solely on law enforcement solutions. The economic analysis of his criminal career revealed the extraordinary scale of wealth that had been generated through illegal drug trafficking and with estimates suggesting that his organization had generated tens of billions of dollars in revenue during its peak years of operation. However, this enormous wealth had been concentrated among a relatively small number of individuals, while the broader communities where drugs were produced and trafficked remained impoverished and underdeveloped. The economic impact of criminal organizations demonstrated both the potential for entrepreneurial success in illegal markets and the failure of such success to contribute to broader social and economic development. The family legacy that would affect his children and grandchildren for generations illustrated the personal costs that accompanied even the most successful criminal careers. His daughters would grow up with the burden of being associated with one of history's most notorious criminal figures, while other family members faced ongoing security concerns and social stigma that would persist long after his imprisonment. The contrast between the material benefits that criminal success had provided for his family and the psychological and social costs that accompanied such benefits demonstrated the complex and often contradictory consequences of criminal achievement. The diplomatic impact of his case on relations between Mexico and the United States reflected the broader challenges involved in addressing transnational criminal organizations that operated across sovereign boundaries. The cooperation that developed between Mexican and American law enforcement agencies during the pursuit of his organization provided models for future collaborative efforts, while also highlighting the political sensitivities and practical difficulties involved in coordinating anti crime efforts between different countries with different legal systems and political priorities. The technological legacy of his criminal career included innovations in secure communications, transportation methods, and financial transactions that influenced both criminal organizations and law enforcement agencies. The sophisticated methods that his organization had developed for avoiding detection were studied and adapted by other criminal groups, while law enforcement agencies developed new capabilities for monitoring and disrupting such activities. The technological arms race between criminals and law enforcement that characterized his active years continued to evolve in the years following his capture. As the years pass and the immediate drama of his criminal career fades into historical memory, Joaquin Guzman's legacy will likely be defined less by the specific details of his illegal activities and more by what his extraordinary life revealed about the possibilities and limitations of human ambition in an unequal world. The mountain village boy, who built a criminal empire that spanned continents, ultimately demonstrated both the remarkable potential for individual achievement and the tragic consequences that could result when such potential was directed toward criminal rather than constructive purposes, leaving behind a complex legacy that would continue to influence discussions about crime, society, and human nature for generations to come.